Merci un peu, bienvenue pour cette session Sénat là qui tient aujourd'hui avec comme la coutume cette session Sénat qui tient là même après qu'elle constitue un point de décision avec un système parlementaire ici, il a commencé et puis ça nous a pris un de loi, c'est côté c'est même qu'elle constitue là, puis électé qui a une discussion et après il a passé à l'autre session. Moi ici et puis Virgil Leontine, Virgil, bienvenue.
Thank you. Good morning, St. Lucia, and welcome again to the sitting of the St. Lucia Senate. As Michael was explaining, on Tuesday the lower house met, and we are about to commence as we take you live to the chambers.
Let us pray.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign, and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thy unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee, to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudice, and partial affections, the result of all counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all forevermore. Amen.
Madam Clerk, kindly administer the oath to the new temporary senator. Thank you.
I, Didier Felician Shelton Daniel, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to St. Lucia, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of St. Lucia, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of St. Lucia. I do affirm.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Senators. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the following motion and bill were passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. Public Finance Management Act, a resolution of Parliament to transfer funds from the Consolidated Fund to the Contingencies Fund. Value-Added Tax Act, a resolution of Parliament to approve draft value-added tax, amendment of Schedule 1, order. Health and Citizen Security Levy, resolution of Parliament to approve draft health and Citizen Security Levy, amendment of Schedule 1, 2, and 3, Number 2, order. Income tax amendment. I beg to announce that His Excellency, the Governor General, has been pleased to assent the following bills. 1. Proceeds of Crime Amendment. 2. United Nations Sanctions, Counter-Proliferation Financing Amendment, Income Tax Amendment. I am in receipt of correspondence from Senator Kejiana Toussaint Shalry advising of her unavailability for today's sitting. I therefore welcome Senator Didier Shelton Daniel. I wish to remind members of the House Committee, which is the meeting which is scheduled for tomorrow, Friday, the 11th of August, 2023, at 10 a.m. in the Parliament Chamber. And just for your own recollection, I want to remind who the members are. Dr. Pauline Antoine Prosper, Senator Lisa Joahir, Senator Dominic Fede, Senator Norani Aziz, and yours truly. We shall meet, God willing, tomorrow at 10 o'clock here in this chamber. This is the House Committee, first meeting of this committee. I would also like to welcome Reverend Smart, who is filling in for Reverend Glasgow today. Reverend Khadijah Smart is a native of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and is the youngest priest serving in the Archdiocese of the Windward Islands. She was assigned to the Archdeaconry of St. Lucia in July 2021. We are pleased to have you here in the Senate today, Reverend, and wish you God's blessings as you continue in His service. I wish to extend sincere congratulations to Senator Angelina Ferrapolius, who was awarded a PhD after a successful defense of her doctoral thesis, which was entitled "The Impact of Initial Training Programs of Teachers' Levels of Satisfaction and Effectiveness at Primary Schools in St. Lucia." Congratulations, Dr. Angelina Ferrapolius. Also, are you smiling, Doctor? That's a nice one. Happy 34th wedding anniversary to our Senator Alison Shah and her husband, who celebrated that significant milestone on Monday 7th. We wish you many more years of marital bliss. Though everyone may not be Catholic, but since she's a daughter of the soil, we could announce congratulations to a daughter of St. Lucia, Sister Marie-Therese Clement, OP, on her recent election as General Superior of the Dominica Sisters of Notre Dame de la Deliverance. Sister Marie-Therese hails from Barbono, the Barbono constituency. She is currently completing doctoral studies in Rome. However, with her new appointment, she will be based at the Mother House in France. I have confidence that Sister Marie-Therese will lead with excellence the Congregation of Religious Sisters that she now leads on an international level. They will flourish. That's the world over. A daughter of St. Lucia is in charge of the Religious Sisters the world over. Sister Marie-Therese, formerly known as Sister Teresa Clement. I notice we have students in the gallery this morning, and so I want to give you a warm welcome. I'm assuming Senator Fede, students from the University of Birmingham. Welcome to all of you, and I trust that you have a very good stay in St. Lucia. Your mission will be accomplished, and of course, take some time to relax, enjoy the sun, the sea, and everything, especially the finest cuisine in St. Lucia. Welcome. Statements from Minister Parliamentary Secretary. Papers to be laid. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Before I proceed with the papers, may I beg your leave to acknowledge and extend some kind words, which I think I order. I'd start with welcoming Reverend Snack. I think she she did the prayers, and I was a little, it was a little different that a female voice was doing that, which speaks very well for our religious and our clergy. I also want to join you in congratulating my colleague, Senator Polius, I call her Teacher Farah, and on her achievement of a doctoral degree. And I think it's always a delight when our sons and daughters aspire in that direction. I want to also say belated anniversary greetings to my colleague senator. Marriage is still work. I'll just leave it at that. So well done. Our religious sister Marie Therese that you mentioned, I understand the value of our presence in this environment, and I know what it means to those of us who have been serving in church. And of course, our guests from Birmingham University. We've had a few groups before, and I welcome, this is quite a large group, welcome. And since I'm from the Ministry of Tourism, I would like you to enjoy our country. Do your assignment, focus on what you came here for, but don't hesitate to have a good view, have a good feel of the experience in our beautiful Helen of the West. And so, Madam President, I now move to the papers to be laid. Statutory Instrument Number 75 of 2023, Travel Tax Exemption Order. Statutory Instrument Number 76 of 2023, Fiscal Incentives, Red Booth Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument Number 77 of 2023, Suppression of Escalated Crime, Police Powers, Designation of Beaufort South as an Escalated Crime Area Number 3 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 78 of 2023, Tourism Incentives, Cutting Edge Tech Incorporated Order. Statutory Instrument Number 79 of 2023, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Sol Sanctum Limited Amendment Order. Statutory Instrument Number 80 of 2023, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 10 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 81 of 2023, Price Control Amendment Number 10 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 82 of 2023, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 11 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 83 of 2023, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve the draft Value Added Tax Alteration of Rate of Interest Order. Statutory Instrument Number 84 of 2023, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 Order.
Motions. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided under Section 16 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by affirmative resolution of Parliament, transfer from the Consolidated Fund a prescribed sum as will be required for the operations of the Contingency Fund. And whereas it is further provided under Section 19(1) of the Act that the Minister of Finance may, in the case of an urgent or unforeseen need for expenditure by a contingency fund warrant and in anticipation of a grant of an appropriation of Parliament, authorize an advance from the contingencies fund where A, no monies have been appropriated for which the sum appropriated is insufficient. B, funds cannot be reallocated as provided for under Section 43. C, public monies cannot be deferred without serious detriment of the public service, to the public service. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to transfer from the Consolidated Fund to the Contingencies Fund the amount of EC 5,400,000 to A, support the recovery efforts of the Department of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training due to the passage and damage caused by Tropical Storm Brett. B, cater for future emergencies. Be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to transfer from the Consolidated Fund to the Contingencies Fund the amount of EC 5,400,000 to A, support the recovery efforts of the Department of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training due to the passage and damage caused by Tropical Storm Brett. B, cater for future emergencies. Just to provide a little bit of context to this particular motion, we would have been aware by now that the Public Finance Management Act, since its passing, mandates that certain procedures be followed in dealing with the public finances of the country. And as mandated by the Act, to be able to use or transfer monies from the Consolidated Fund for any purpose that was not originally stated, in this case to the Contingencies Fund, you have to come to Parliament for approval. So we are basically following the dictates of the Public Finance Management Act, and we are here to do just that. In this case, the amount to be transferred is 5.4 million, and it will be transferred from the Consolidated Fund to the Contingencies Fund mainly for the purpose of repairing some of our schools that were damaged or suffered damage during the passage of the recent Tropical Storm Brett. Now, what was originally in the Contingencies Fund, Madam President, was not sufficient, and so there was need to transfer an additional sum of money to be able to meet the expenses. Now, these things will happen. We live in a tropical country, and sometimes overnight nature does its thing, and we have to respond. Hurricanes, storms, floods, all forces of nature, all things that we have no control over, can cause us to have to taking immediate steps to deal with the problem. And in that case, after the passage of Tropical Storm Brett, a lot of the schools in our country, particularly the schools in the southern and eastern belt of the country, suffered serious damage. The constituencies of Beaufort South and Beaufort North were particularly impacted because of the center of the storm, which passed north of St. Vincent and south of St. Lucia. So we can understand why schools, for example, like the Beaufort Primary School, the Bellevue Combined, I think Montgouge on the southwest coast, and some of the schools in Dennery, in the Dennery South area, would have been most seriously impacted. I remember driving shortly after the storm to the Beaufort town and seeing part of the Beaufort Primary School roof basically gone. And of course that exposed other issues with it's a metal building close to the sea blast, and so once you touch the roof, you better finish the whole roof. You can't really do part of it. So these things are issues that were urgent and had to be dealt with, and that basically required us to have to come to transfer that sum of money into the Contingencies Fund to do so. Note, Madam President, that the Contingencies Fund does exist for those purposes. It is not an act of borrowing. I think I've even heard that mentioned, that we're borrowing money. This is not the case. We are simply transferring as is required by the Finance Act. I noticed that in terms of the repairs, some of the schools in the opposition constituency of Choiseul-Saltibus are down for repair, which is part of our government's approach. We are repairing schools that need to be repaired. It doesn't matter where they come from. And I think the parliamentary representative for that particular area had expressed his gratitude. And so we are here to do that. And I also note that in the motion, it stated in Part B that the balance of the funds that will remain in this contingency fund will be retained for any future occurrence or future issues of that nature. So I put this to the Senate for its approval, and so that we can access those funds and be able to do what we have to do in time, so that the reopening of school is not delayed unduly or unnecessarily. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to transfer from the Consolidated Fund to the Contingencies Fund the amount of $5,400,000 to A, support the recovery efforts of the Department of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science and Technology, and Vocational Training due to the passage and damage caused by Tropical Storm Brett, and B, cater for future emergencies. Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to say good morning to fellow senators. Good morning to students from Birmingham University. Madam President, please allow me, as I stand in staunch opposition, not to the general concept of spending money for the equipping and improvement of our schools, but I stand in strong opposition to the continued banded, piecemeal, short-sighted approach of this administration as it relates to so many facets of the development of our country. They have simply been incompetent, Madam President, and this is one such area where I'll show you that they are. Madam President, the history of repairing schools in the summer months have been a mixed bag between administrations. I recall, Madam President, that when I sat in the cabinet, we met a situation where the previous administration had allocated $1 million to the budget of the Ministry of Education to repair over 100 schools across secondary schools, infant schools, primary schools, preschools. And so, Madam President, when we sat, we realized that a budget of $1 million is really going to add up to less than 1,000 EC dollars on a monthly basis for schools. You had situations where school roofs were leaking, you had mold infestation, you had a situation where there were fencing problems to a lot of schools in our country. And so the government of the United Workers' Party at the time felt that, like many things that were happening with our education sector, that the Labour Party was mismanaging this program. And so what we did, Madam President, is that we sought to increase the allocation tenfold. And the records will show in the estimates of corresponding years of our government that we actually invested as much as $10 billion in the refurbishment of various secondary schools. I remember in Ancillary that we had to completely repair the roof. And so a $250,000 project, if it was $1 million was the budget, just imagine how incapable that would have been just for one school. Madam President, we went to the Mondida school, and I remember this story, and the principal then said that it had been many, many years since she saw any real attention being given to her school. And so, Madam President, I said it was a mixed bag because I believe that there needs to be a more wholesome, comprehensive program. The $10 million we were spending was clearly not enough. Now this government is coming for $5 million. And what makes it worse is that they budgeted somewhere in the region of about $3 million towards this exercise. So they have significantly reduced the specific allocation as it relates to the school. And now, what they have done, like most other things, they're always caught flat-footed. They're using this mechanism, the contingency fund, to come at the last minute. After school has been closed since the 7th of July, a month has passed. The hurricane happened in the month of June. And so now, these engineers from the ministry, they've got to go around and try to mobilize contractors to do the works now for the respective schools. And they're going to now be in a mad rush to get the school plans ready as we get ready to open our schools in the first week, the 3rd of September. You know what I call that, Madam President? That is absolute mismanagement on the members on the other side. The SLP administration, I've said before, they are great politicians, but they are bad governors. They cannot manage this country. And so the implications that this is going to have on the quality of the work is left to be seen. As we come here and rush this project, a lot of the schools, Madam President, are still going through the whole issue of mold infestation. Still a big problem. Issues of furniture that's broken within the school system, where students are not comfortably in their classrooms. And so the $5 million which you're proposing is just a drop in the bucket, and it's not going to adequately solve the situation that we exist. But you know, you are the only people that are impressed by Band-Aids, Madam President. And so through you, this again is that Band-Aid piecemeal approach by the Labour Party. They come, they do things on a haphazard basis, and they expect it to yield effective results. Now, if we were spending $10 million before the inflation crisis, and I'm telling you, Madam President, the inflation crisis had a significant impact on building materials. We know that. A sheet of plywood today, despite the government's effort to try to reduce VAT on plywood, it's still going to be as much as $200, which is really a significant increase. If you talk to the hardware stores, you see that there has been a 40% across the spectrum increase in the price of materials. And so you have reduced the budget. You expect you're going to have great results, right? In the middle of an inflation crisis, you're spending half the money. This is not impressive at all. This is a complete disaster, if you ask me. And then, you didn't plan for it. And that's why you're utilizing...
Senator, again, let me remind you, you're speaking to the chair, you're not speaking to the members of government. So please direct your conversation to the chair.
Absolutely, Madam President. I'm so guided by you. But, Madam President, you see the logic. You understand what I'm saying. And so if in a time when the cost of building materials have gone up 40%, and the members opposite brings a bill to the House and proposes to spend half or 50% of what was being spent before the inflation crisis, you could imagine the very limited impact this is going to have on the measure that we're trying to do. All of us want to make sure that we improve the school system. I mean, I don't feel very good, even though I'm in opposition. I go around, and there are school labs in St. Lucia without computers. There are roofs that are leaking. I don't feel good about that. I don't think that that's going to allow me to have one up on the government. I think the people that are ultimately affected when governments fail to address these issues are our students, are the people in our classrooms, the teachers who have to go through these circumstances. And so, Madam President, when I tell you I'm not impressed by, piecemeal initiatives to say that we give teachers $110, I think, a month, $1,400 a year in the material fee, you've got to address these issues. You've got to address the overriding enabling circumstances that is going to improve the quality of education. You've got to equip our teachers and our students with the best chance of succeeding in what they do on a daily basis. And so really, it's a shame that the budget has declined from $10 million. And now this government has planned to spend $3 million. Now we had a storm. They are now forcing their way via the contingency fund. Now let's not forget, Madam President, the contingency fund is required by the Constitution, and it really is for unforeseen circumstances. So this is not an ongoing planning exercise by the administration. This is the government simply responding to an unforeseen circumstance of the hurricane. But while they plan badly, let me tell you what's happening at the Bokar Secondary School, Madam President. At the Bokar Secondary School, my information reveals that the building where they did the TVET education program is still out of order. And it's been out of order for quite some time. This has nothing to do with Hurricane Brett. This has to do with the total abandonment of our school plant by the SLP administration, Madam President. And so the technical vacation program, which really, Madam President, should be allowing our students to excel in various areas of endeavor, there is no effective opportunity or space that the students at the Bokar Secondary School have had, for example, in being able to undertake their technical vocational studies. Now, I have heard, and this is ironic, that there's going to be a big focus on technical vocation by this administration. But if you can't even fix the existing technical vocational situation in the country at the Bokar School, I don't trust you to expand any program and do anything that is successful. You make fancy speeches, you write wonderful words and great press releases, but when it comes to the management of this country, Madam President, I absolutely cannot trust this administration. And as they shout from the other side that we didn't do anything, Madam President, the records are clear. $10 million, Madam President, is here. $10 million spent by the United Workers' Party administration on the development of our schools. It's here in the stats. For the annals of history, posterity will show that the United Workers' Party outspent this administration, and we had a very sustained, comprehensive plan for the development of our schools. That's absolutely clear in the records. So to answer you, that's what we did. All through history. You look at the records, the whole question of universal education, which they like to bandy around, Madam President. They've built 4 schools between 97 and the year 2006, 4 secondary schools, but they like to make everyone feel that they provided opportunity for everyone in St. Lucia to go to a secondary school, whilst all they have done is added 4 to the 15 that they have found. And the Social Economic Review has always exposed you with those kinds of rhetoric, your empty programs. So, Madam President, forgive me for being so passionate this morning, but education is a very important business that ought not to be politicized, but we have to have arguments of logic. And the opposition, all they care about is to win arguments and never to back up and substantiate what they say in the facts, in the management of our education system. So, no fencing, Madam President, in a number of schools. And we've heard stories about schools being burglarized, and that's unfortunate that, that some would contemplate such inhumane acts. But I think the real danger comes when you have playing fields that are next to roadways and there is no fencing. And then young boys and young girls are actually going to be playing on these playing fields. And I wonder, Madam President, what happens to the ball when it goes into the roadway and the risk that we're putting our students at. Madam President, a school that I know very well, I'm not going to call the name, my sons go to that school. And after the floods passed, which affected the whole Union area, the fence was down for several weeks. And I couldn't understand it. It's a simple mesh fence. It didn't require a lot. I'm not blaming the principal at all. But what it shows, Madam President, is a total breakdown in the leadership of this country, where the government have failed the school, have failed to support a wonderful principal, a wonderful teachers in a school that's doing extremely well. One of the institutions of learning that we should all be extremely proud of. And we allow and we put our students and our teachers in such circumstances. Madam President, let's forget the politics aside. Let's think of the safety of those children. Let's think of, Madam President, the stress levels of those teachers. Let's think of how we can build them up and give them the best opportunity so that they can win against so many other problems that are affecting them in the classrooms. Children that are coming with psychological issues, children that are coming from broken homes. Teachers and principals have got to deal with all these issues. Let's not make them have to put a dustbin or a bucket to catch the water from the roof. This is disgraceful. And so with a bit of care, with a bit of leadership, Madam President, we can solve all of these problems. We can put our teachers and our students in a much better position so that they can overcome all of the challenges that currently afflict them in the education sector. And that's why I'm so passionate about this. Because we've just heard a lot of gimmicks, a lot of we did this and we did that. But Madam President, there seems not to be any complete plan by this administration on anything. And this is in one area, again, where we see they continue to let us down very badly. So, Madam President, believe you me when I tell you, I'm not impressed. I am not impressed that we have to go the route of the contingency, because if we did not have to go to use an instrument in our Constitution for unforeseen circumstances, it then would have meant that it would have signaled to me that the government is forward-looking, the government is planning, but like everything else, they just react. They are reactionary rather than forward-thinking. And so I support, I give them all my blessing. In fact, if they were asking for more money, I would say, yeah, I think this needs to be 15 million now, based on what's happening in our schools, based on the price of materials. $5 million is not enough, because I knew what $10 million, how challenged it was to be able to deal with the mountain of problems that affected the school plant in this country. Madam President, we have a school plant which has been around for quite some time. When the Labour Party came in, there were 15 secondary schools already built in 1997. And so that aging school plant, Madam President, would necessitate, Madam President, a very significant injection of funds into the upgrading of a number of our schools. And that's the point that we're trying to make here on this side, is that an aging school plant, Madam President, I'll need your protection from the member on the other side. The member should be heard in silence, as you know. So, Madam President, I will not allow him to distract me, but I will speak to you, Madam President. So, Madam President, as I seek your protection, an aging school plant requires all the resources we can find for our young boys and young girls and our teachers and all who are contributing to the future of St. Lucia, to the success, for us to bring many families. I heard the Minister of Education said passionate, and I agree with what he said. Education is a liberating force that can lift many families out of poverty. That's why the United Workers' Party built 15 secondary schools before 1997. You see the parliamentary secretary in the ministry. Madam President, you know, I don't like, anyways, let me move on. So, Madam President, I get back to the substantive point of my presentation, but I am actually baffled and intrigued that the parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Education does not know her facts well as it relates to secondary schools. But in another forum, it's a debate that I'm very happy to have, and it's all written here, Madam President, and I'm happy to, at some point, make it a document of the House so that the members on the opposite side can furnish themselves with their own facts, because we didn't manufacture this. This was presented to us by this administration, and basically we're just saying, look, you only built 4 secondary schools. So the time now, Madam President, on a broader point, has come to take a look at where we build schools. And as we look at maybe replacing new school plans, we need to sort of look at, can we continue to plan in the way that we have? And I think that the situation in the Union floods would have taught us a tremendous lesson, whereby a number of planners have actually suggested in the aftermath of that incident that this was always a floodplain, and therefore the school, it might not have been the ideal location for the building of that the primary school at Dame Pearl at Louise. So, Madam President, with the velocity and the frequency of the hurricanes which we're having now, we certainly have to consider the manner in which we build our schools, how we build them. Do we continue in the traditional style of building them with galvanized roofs, or do we have to now take a look at ensuring that there is complete and an overhaul of the building codes for secondary schools and primary schools and infant schools in our country? And so, Madam President, I feel like most things, this is rushed by this administration. They had a lot of time to figure this out. Very last minute. I am so sorry for the engineers within the Ministry of Education. They are now tasked with the responsibility of having to run like headless chickens, Madam President, to go and find contractors to implement these programs. The impression I got from the information that has been declared by the government suggests that some of our schools have received tremendous battering, and that battering, Madam President, would require a significant amount of injection. So not only is this badly organized, but this is a very skeletal budget that can be best described as a mere drop in the bucket of an ocean of initiatives that we need to take. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Antoine.
Madam President.
Madam President, I rise in support of the Public Finance Act resolution. Before I begin my contribution, allow me leave to congratulate Senator Apollina Ferropolius on her recent achievement. Angelina, sorry. The achievement of a doctorate in education from the UNICEF University. Congratulations. I also wish to express sincere condolences to the many families in Choiseul Saltibus who have lost loved ones in the recent past. This week, the community of Saltibus lost a former teacher, Mr. Gilbert Isaac, affectionately known as Teacher Whelan. Teacher Whelan was the co-founder of the Saltibus Credit Union He was a former president of the organization. He was a community activist, a devoted Catholic. We called him Poto l'Église. He did everything for his community. The absence of Mr. Isaac will undoubtedly leave a void in the hearts of community members. I also extend condolences to his daughter, Mrs. Silves, who works in the Department of Education. I would like to welcome our students from Birmingham and also my colleague, Mr. Shelton Daniel, who joins us this morning. Madam President, Tropical Storm Brett hit St. Lucia late night on June 22nd into June 23rd, 2023. From the accounts I'm hearing this morning, it appears that Tropical Storm Brett hit us from last year. Madam President, the area of education, in fact, we felt the impact in the area of education immediately after the storm. Madam President, we have a number of schools stretching from the north to the south of the island that were affected. And as we heard before, the schools worst impacted were from the southern portion of the island. And we speak of schools like Morbush Combined, Choiseul Secondary, Soufrière Infant, Vieux-Fort Primary, Soufrière Special Education, Vieux-Fort Special Education, Vieux-Fort Post-Secondary, Vieux-Fort Banslagras, Bellevue, Vieux-Fort Preschool, and so on. Madam President, in the wake of Tropical Storm Brett, we need to ensure that the needs of teachers and students are properly identified and met to the best of our abilities in preparation for the new academic year, especially the students with special needs. Madam President, this resolution seeks to authorize the transfer of $5.4 million from the consolidated funds to the contingency fund to repair schools damaged by Tropical Storm Brett and to support the recovery of the Department of Education and cater for further emergencies. Madam President, I heard that $1 million budget was allocated for school repair. Madam President, school repair at the time that the Senator was speaking about was done through the Ministry of Infrastructure. And whatever allocation that he's speaking about was given to schools for minor repair, not for school repair, but minor repair. And by this I mean to repair a broken pipe, to repair a door, but not for major repairs. Madam President, for this academic year, there was an allocation for school repair. Schools, contractors have been engaged and schools are currently being repaired. For the records, Madam President, the $5.4 million will not be used for general school repair. It is specifically for schools that were damaged by Tropical Storm Brett. Furniture is also being repaired as we speak. So we want to get the record straight, Madam President.
Tell us, enlighten us, please.
Madam President, a storm comes as a thief. And it leaves with it parts of the physical structure of schools. It destroys resources that the government and teachers have worked hard to obtain for years. Madam President, it takes away with it resources that have sentimental value to teachers and students. As a teacher, as a principal, one feels violated when a storm has come around and taken away so many resources from a school. Wind damage and water damage to computers, furniture, you name it. Students' resources, everything, Madam President. I know, I was a school principal, and I know how teachers, how students feel when their resources have been taken away from them by a disaster. It leaves a psychological scar, Madam President. Madam President, the national budget will not be adequate to bring all schools across the island to the standard of climate resilient buildings. It is a gradual process. We are a small developing state with limited resources. I would like to remind those on the other side. This government, Madam President, employs prudent management of our resources. While we maintain buildings, we ensure that we modernize the education system and provide relief to parents, Madam President. Madam President, I am under no illusion about the financial pressure that parents, especially single parents, face to provide resources for their children in the preparation for the new academic year. Madam President, the government understands the importance of a good education, and I know Senator Polis would agree with me. This government continues to ease the burden on parents by providing assistance in different forms. And I have said before that the Education Department gets the lion's share of the budget. Madam President, in the area of early childhood, it has been extremely difficult for parents to pay fees to the centers so that their children get an early start. This government has made accommodation for pre-K classes in primary schools where space was available across the island. Come September, accommodation has been made for pre-K students at the Mortgage Combined, at the Soufra Infant, at the Dennery Infant, at the Roblo Combined, at the Bocage Combined, and the list will continue, Madam President. The government has torn down the barriers and accelerated the process of providing laptops to all secondary school students. We don't say Kigain Kiansa. We understand that we had to provide equitable and inclusive access to digital learning resources and a conducive learning environment to our students. This year, we procured 4,000 plus new laptops that will be distributed to all Form 1 students upon registration. The Form 4 students who will receive new laptops to replace the substandard e-books that were distributed by the former administration. Madam President, the government continues to pay facility fees for all students. To date, the government has paid $2.6 million in facility fees. Madam President, the government pays the fees for CXE Mathematics and English. And if the resources become available, trust my judgment, we will relieve the parents of this burden once and for all. Madam President, we provide opportunities for students who are capable but do not have the means, the financial capability to obtain higher education. And this was a campaign promise. Madam President, UNIPASS, a package of assistance for student success, has been put in place. It was instituted to assist students who need assistance to access and to continue higher education. Some students begin a course of study, but because of financial constraint, they are forced to drop out. They cannot continue the program. This government is saying no. We are going to assist these students so that they can complete their programs. And we are providing this support, Madam President. Madam President, during the last academic year, and on that point, Madam President, let me hasten to say that students who previously attended open campus, University of the West Indies open campus, did not receive any assistance because it was felt that they are studying at home. But these students, they have families, they have children, they have responsibilities, and this government has seen it fitting to make a $50,000 allocation to assist those students. Madam President, during the last academic year, this government gave 50 first-generation scholarships. And if nobody can remember, let me say that first-generation scholarships are given to students at whose homes nobody has received a university degree. For this academic year, we are going to give 50 more first-generation scholarships with the Monroe College. Madam President, last year alone, 2022-2023, we gave 238 full scholarships and 59 partial scholarships to St. Lucian students. Madam President, teachers will in September receive an increase from $600 to $1,400 material allowance. In other words, teachers will receive $1,400. And I know all teachers will welcome that. I was a teacher too. As they very often use their own resources to assist students and to procure resources to enhance the teaching and learning experience. A lot of teachers use their resources. So this government, this compassionate government, is saying, okay, teachers, hold this in your pocket. I know you do that. So we are giving you this additional allowance. Madam President, it is not how much money we spend, but the impact it has on the education sector. Sometimes we hear that millions are spent, but they cannot quantify it, Madam President. I wish someone would explain to me all the millions. Where the money gone?
Question.
Madam President, this government takes education of our citizens very seriously. This is a priority for us. In 2 years, we can account for the money spent in education. We can show the laptops. We can show the repairs at the schools. We can show who got the scholarships. We can show where the CXC payments went. We can show where the facility fees went. Madam President. Madam President, we can show where the pre-K classes are. Madam President, we can show who received the back-to-school assistance. We can show who accessed higher education, Madam President. We can show who got the improvements in CVQ qualifications. Madam President, I am sure our friends on the other side would agree that the government is working, but sometimes it's embarrassing to say that. When you compare what your government achieved in 5+ years and what this government has done in just 2 years. So I understand how the member on the other side feels when he tries to distract us into saying all of those things. So you had how many millions, and you come and speak about a school that is dilapidated. So what did you do with the 10 million, Madam President? What was the 10 million used for when a school, don't tell me that the school deteriorated in 2 years. You were there for 5 years. So all of those $10 million, why is it that more schools are not in a better condition? Because you spent the money. Where did the money go? Madam President, this government does not code our students with colors. We treat them based on merit and need. When we give scholarships, when we give laptops, when we pay CXC and all of the above. We know very well that there are people on the other side, their own children got 2 scholarships, the records are there to show. We know when the list came who was removed, who was color-coded, and some students who are very, very brilliant students did not get an opportunity for a scholarship. So when we speak, we have to speak the facts. We have to speak the truth. We don't keep noise to make people believe that we are saying something that makes sense, Madam President. Madam President, all students and all families benefit from the programs from this government. We serve the people. We put the people first, Madam President. Madam President, I therefore solidly support the Public Finance Act resolution to authorize the transfer of $5.4 million from the consolidated funds to the contingency fund to repair schools damaged by Tropical Storm Brett, so that come September, our children will be comfortable in their schools. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Poyos.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with your permission, I'd like to place on record my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all those near and far who have congratulated me on the achievement of this academic milestone. Thank you, Madam President, for extending congratulatory sentiments to me. I want to thank my colleagues, fellow parliamentarians, both in this chamber and the lower house, for their congratulations. I owe a debt of gratitude, Madam President, to my family and friends, my daughter and nephew, for their unwavering support, for their prayers and encouragement throughout this academic journey. Madam President, I must say that this journey was not a walk in the park. It wasn't. This was a true test of one's tenacity, determination, hard work, and perseverance. And I want to encourage every single one, every single St. Lucian, and I notice there are some students here. I want to encourage you to always pursue your dreams. That even if you may encounter some challenges, bear in mind that challenges are not insurmountable. Whatever you set your mind to, you can achieve it. With courage, with perseverance, and a strong desire to defy those odds, you can achieve your goals. There are many children, school children, young people, young adults, young teachers who have dreams, and sometimes these dreams are lost because of what other people say, that, hey, it is impossible. No, don't be fooled by that. Stick at it and pursue your dreams. As I said, whatever you put your mind to, you will be able to achieve. Madam President, I thank you for your indulgence. So I will segue to this bill at hand. Madam President, the motion, at hand. My submission on this is quite brief. And we recognize, Madam President, that there is always need to engage in continuous maintenance of our schools. Nothing lasts forever. You may spend $2 million on a specific school, and a few years later you realize that you have to spend some more money. The weather implements or the weather elements do contribute to some of these changes and the need for more repairs and renovations to be done. Madam President, I am not averse to the transfer because we recognize that this disaster really caused some damage to some of our school plans. And it is important for these schools to be equipped and ready for the new academic year. My colleague on the other side talked about all of those things that can be shown. Madam President, we need to change the conversation where education is concerned. We need to change the conversation. And rather than talking about what can be shown, the number of laptops that can be shown, these things are tangible. And whether it is this government or any other government, there is evidence, always tangible evidence, to suggest or to show what was spent, what was procured. There is evidence. So let us change that conversation, and rather than talking about what we can show, let us begin to look at the qualitative side of education. The quality of education that is being provided to our students. The member made mention of the provision being made at some schools to accommodate pre-K students. This is a welcomed intervention. It is a welcomed intervention, and we ought to do whatever it takes to continue to stimulate our young children, to prepare them for primary education, so that when they leave the daycare or the preschools, they can transition into the primary education system, having received a fairly good foundation in order for them to continue their learning. So we welcome that. But what you did not tell us, or what the member on the opposite side failed to tell us, Madam President, who will be working with these pre-K children? These pre-K children need quality teachers to work with them. We do know the challenges that present themselves when you are working with these pre-K children. Who are these people? Are they, people who will be taken out from the school community and just placed in these classes to work with these children? Or are there teachers who are already employed with the Teaching Service Commission? Who are they, and what is the program they are going to follow? So we would really like some clarification on that, Madam President, just for my own edification and that of my colleagues on this side. Madam President, we talk about, and I'm hearing, the provision of laptops, the provision of the 4,000 new laptops, or should I say the procurement of the 4,000 new laptops to be distributed to Form 4 students will seek to replace the substandard e-books.
That's correct.
Madam President, the member has the audacity to say this?
It's not debatable.
In this digital world, Madam President?
It's not debatable.
No, what cannot be debated is that you did procure 4,000 laptops. This is not debatable. But you know what? These very same laptops that you claim, Madam President, the member on the other side claims that are substandard, the e-books, sorry, not laptops, e-books, these were, Madam President, can you please allow the member to allow me to make my presentation? Thank you. Madam President, these e-books were equipped with the curriculum of the lower secondary school. And you know what that meant, or what that means, Madam President? Parents wouldn't have to face the ordeal of buying school texts for the children. And especially now, Madam President, when we have seen an increase in the price of goods and services, Madam President, that money that they would have used to buy books can be used to do other things, Madam President. We know that. So, 4,000 new laptops will be distributed to students. We are happy that the students are receiving some devices to enhance their learning. Are they being taught, are they being shown how to use these devices to access learning?
That's right.
Are they being shown how to use these devices to enhance their researching skills, to acquire critical thinking skills? Are they being taught how to use these devices to teach themselves certain concepts? I remember, Madam President, when my daughter was in Form 4, Form 3 to Form 4, and you know what? There were some concepts that the teacher had never taught in class. And she used the device that was provided to her, not by the ministry, but by her parents, to teach herself some concepts in mathematics. And I said, but my girl, why have you done this in class? No, mommy, I haven't done it, but I'm using YouTube to teach myself those concepts. And you know what, Madam President? This child wrote CXC and got a distinction in mathematics. I taught her how to do this. But you know what, Madam President? You know what, Madam President? If the children do not know how to use the devices to access their learning, how to use the devices to enhance their learning, these will just be mere tools. Just mere tools with no purpose. So it is okay. You want to get rid of the e-books? Provide us with a better alternative. Provide the students with a better alternative. Remember, this is not about, Madam President, this is not about any political party or any politician. It is about the students. It is about the young people, the future of this country. And so, if we say, Madam President, that we are really concerned about the education of these children and the quality of education that we provide to these children, let us equip them with the tools, the programs, and the instruction that is needed in order for them to make maximum use of these devices. This is what we want. So, come here and shout high and low and say that you can show all of these things. This is not what that matters. Because at the end of the day, we will do all of this, Madam President, and you wonder, but where is the result? Is that translated into increased academic performance? Is that being translated into well-rounded citizens? Children who can think for themselves? Children who are critical thinkers? Children who are able to access whatever material that they need in order for them to be able to do something significant with their lives? Children who are able to strive for excellence, even if whatever was done in school did not really meet the expectations. And Madam President, this brings me to another point. We do know that our children, many of whom, we really cannot blame COVID. COVID did it to everyone across the globe. But Madam President, the reality is that many of our students, school-age children, lack important prerequisite skills that they need to perform well in the upper grades. There are gaps in their learning. The transition from traditional chalk and talk instruction to online learning presented some challenges. There are children who were not equipped, who were not prepared. Even teachers were not prepared. But there are gaps in the learning, and we recognize that, Madam President. But you know what I want? So if we change the conversation, we will be talking about those recovery programs to help fill in those gaps. Those recovery programs that we can implement to help the children fill in those gaps, to help the children acquire the benchmarks in order to excel in other areas, in order to excel in the upper grades.
Complicated for her. She would not
this is what we should be talking about. Change the conversation. Let's change the conversation. Madam President, at the end of the day, the plant, physical plant, the resources that are needed for the students to sit in the classrooms, for teachers to carry on with their instruction. The TMA, I'm sure that the teachers would love that. And although I am not in the physical classroom, I would welcome it as well, because I know there are teachers who spend every single dime that they have to see to it that their children learn. They go all out of their way to get the resources that they need. I did it as a teacher, classroom teacher. Even if it meant going to people's garbage dump to get anything of value for my students. Because I was just so passionate, and I'm still very passionate about teaching. Madam President, I know the teachers will be happy, and I'm happy for them too. I'm happy for them. To get this, is it 1,400? 1,400 TMA, the material allowance. But we want to say that the quality of education, the quality of instruction, this is what we need to be able to focus on at this point. So I welcome the transfer in order to be able to facilitate the repairs and innovations to the school plans, those schools that were devastated by Hurricane Brett. I welcome this, but I would like the members opposite, particularly those in education, to change the conversation. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I will not attempt to go down the road that the professionals and the experts in education, such as Senator Dr. Pauline Antoine Prosper and Senator Dr. Firapolis, once again, congratulations. And I think our leader of government business also has a very strong background in education, as indeed you, Madam President. So it kind of is an area that I would respect and hold in high regard, those who have gone before. So I won't get myself tied up into whether it should be laptops or e-books. I think this debate, and even though Senator Polios wants the conversation to change, I suspect that conversation is going to continue for a long time, you know, about e-books and platforms and tablets and those sort of things. I just hope that whatever decisions are taken, that at the end of the day, they serve the purpose of furthering the education, primarily of our young people, but I think we are trying to have a total outreach of education to the whole population, to make people believe that just because you're a little older, along in the years and so on, that education is not out of your reach. And I believe Senator Polius has demonstrated that, in that she continues to strive for excellence, and I hope this will inspire many others. I'm very pleased to see another cohort of students from the University of Birmingham here with us, paying attention and taking an interest in what is happening in St. Lucia. And I do hope that, you know, when they go back to the UK, that they can make a contribution towards lending impetus to some things which are important to us, such as the call for reparations, that they will perhaps add their voices and, you know, whatever influence they can bring to bear on this matter, which is of increasing importance to us, having seen us at work. It may seem a little off track, but I think whatever voices we can get that can lend the momentum to some of the things that are important to us, especially within the societies such as the UK, with which we have such a long relationship, that it would serve us well. But that's just an aside. Madam President, as I listened to the leader of opposition business, I am again a little troubled. Sorry, I'll talk to Madam President. I won't even talk to his chair. Madam President is enough. That's good enough for me. There seems to be a continuous theme of the United Workers' Party that if the government is doing something and it is not complete, it is not thorough, it is not perfect, it doesn't take account of every possible angle and perspective and permutation and combination, that means it's no use. It's failed. And so you come out with some allocation, And it seems to be a theme of Senator Fede that it's piecemeal, it's flawed, it's useless, because it doesn't take account of everything. And I just don't know how this realistically fits into what we understand to be the processes and the outworking of government. In that even though governments are elected for 5 years, and the ordinary term of a parliament is 5 years, but we do understand that governments do not have the constitutional or statutory authority of parliaments to plan and cycle things beyond 1 year. Yes, you can make a plan for sure, 5-year plan. But we know when it comes to fiscal matters, your budgeting, your allocations, your estimates of revenue and expenditure, they are always done on an annual basis. Believing that you can plan and that you can take account of everything in a 1-year cycle with a budget, which it goes without saying is finite, I really don't know how realistic this is when you have a 1-year cycle of estimates of revenue and expenditure. It means that you would need to foresee everything. You would have to become a diviner. It means that governments will have to become not even meteorologists but climatologists. You know what's going to happen. You know what tropical storm Brett. You know what tropical storm this, what hurricane that, what earthquake so and so. What situation like happened in neighboring St. Vincent, volcanic eruption will come upon you. You don't know what's going around the corner. You cannot go and foresee and plan for every contingency. You have to respond to contingencies within the measure of your resilience. And when I look at the comments that were made about this 5.4 million, that it represents a failure of governance of people who know how to talk a good game, but when it comes to act, they don't know. I had to ask myself, but wait, doesn't this say exactly what it is? It is authorizing the Minister of Finance to transfer from the consolidated fund to the contingencies fund the amount of $5.4 million, to support recovery efforts of the Department of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science and Technology, and Vocational Training due to the passage and damage caused by Tropical Storm Brett. Who would have foreseen Tropical Storm Brett? Yes, they are the weather forecasters, but who at the time of your budget being passed in March or April, whatever, that you know that there's going to come in the hurricane season a weather system called Tropical Storm Brett? And more so that it is going to do this and that it is going to this and that here or there. How do you know it's going to affect the Dame Paulette School and not the V4, secondary school? How do you know it's not going to affect Sir Arthur Lewis Community College but not the Marigot Secondary School, the John Odlum, secondary school? How do we know what it is going to do? What you need to do is that when it happens, you have to respond. And you have to respond in a sensible way, in a timely way, and you have to respond where it is needed. I don't see what is the great failing in that. We are in a predominantly Christian society. Isn't that what we learn, even in the praying? That God does not want us to pray for a week or for a month and so on. Give us this day our daily bread every day. Sustain us for this day. That even in ancient times on the Old Testament, he told them, don't gather manna for more than 1 day. Gather it for every single day. Only day you are allowed to gather is on the Sabbath. You are allowed to gather 2 days worth of it. If you gather more, it will turn to worms. And we don't even do things on a daily basis. We're doing it on a yearly basis. But there seem to be people who want us to take into account a full 5 years and forever. And if you didn't see this, and if you happen to find yourself, does it mean that because now this is being passed in the parliament, that if there are repairs to be done in time for the reopening of school, that engineers and Ministry of Infrastructure, they will not do anything, or they are not doing anything? Or you are setting in place the mechanism for the funding, which doesn't mean the actual work is going to be at a standstill or it will stop. I've never heard that. That's not the way governments work. Governments do things even before they have finalized the funding, because they have a system of procurement. They procure materials, they procure resources, they mobilize resources, they get things done, and afterwards, people get paid. I think that is because one of the reasons why you heard the complaints about the tardiness in government paying and so on. Because government does not stop functioning and performing. It does not stop desilting rivers and clearing the drains. It does not stop debushing places and so on, even while it is working on ensuring that the mechanisms for financing the procurement are met. Why is this impression being given all the time that anything that you do, and let me move from that in a little bit. There's also another thing that has been happening, which this disproves. It disproves it. This idea about the consolidated fund that seems to be under attack, that consolidated fund has become a term that is spat out rather than spoken. Oh, the consolidated fund, it's just disappearing. They're just putting everything into the consolidated fund. Well, no. It is showing that consolidated fund serves a purpose from which allocations and disbursements can be made according to the budgeted and statutory authority which the Parliament is now undertaking. You don't need to have 1,000 accounts. You don't need to have sinking fund over there. You don't need to have lockbox over there. You don't need to have separate account over there. You don't need to have... What you need to have is a fund that can be accounted for, that can be managed, that can be subject to the requisite authorities of the Parliament, of the Constitution, of the Finance Administration Act, whatever it is, and then you allocate and disburse as is necessary, which is what is happening there. Where I would think the opposition would challenge, and if they did so, they would get my support. If you find there is a problem with the management, with the governance, with the accountability, with the administration of the disbursement, then raise hackles about it. Even raise hell about it if you see you find something wrong with it. But not about saying, like, I heard Senator, although I have to say there seemed to be some contradiction. I heard the leader of opposition business rise and said he's totally against it, he's opposed to it. Then another time I seem to be hearing I have no problem with it and I have no support. So I don't know, maybe I wasn't paying attention in class, but but I hear kind of different things. It means that there still exists a little voice of reason somewhere. Okay, you're welcome, to clarify what I say there if you find I'm misrepresenting it. Right. Anyway, we know we're living in times, perilous times and parlous times of climate change. Things that you never saw being a problem before have become a problem now. When the dimple at Louisa's school was constructed, I was actively working in news. I know how it was hailed and lauded as a glorious accomplishment, that school and so on. How it was considered to be the creme de la creme. It was premier. It was befitting of the name of a great St. Lucian who at the time occupied the highest office in the land, that of Governor General, that it was a fitting tribute and honor to her. And it was. Who would have thought right now that it is being menaced? It's almost as if the school is in a floodplain. It's always being menaced by the nearby river, especially if the river has not been desilted. And the amount of times you have to desilt river, and like the flat area it is there in Union is more now of a liability than an asset and so on. Those things were never issues and were never foreseen. The times are changing.
That's right.
Right now they have to look at the grounds of that school every time, I suppose, to pressure wash it and clean it and desilt it and so on. Who could have seen that happening? Just the same way, who could have seen what happened in Corinth not too long ago over a short period of sustained rainfall, the kind of damage and havoc that was caused there? We have to watch out for climate change and what it is doing, because the change apparently is occurring at a rate much more rapid than we had anticipated. The VG cemetery, the shock cemetery. Right now the sea is menacing it, and I went to St. Vincent and I attended an OECS thing on climate change, and I can never forget Prime Minister Gonzalez saying, if we don't do something about climate change, even the dead will not be able to rest in peace. Yes. Because he mentioned about a cemetery in St. Vincent that, the sea was encroaching upon it and mashing it up. And I said, wow. When I looked at shock cemetery, I said, did Dr. Gonzalez also come and watch, maybe when he's traveling, to look at what's happening at shock? We imperiled all along. In the lower house, I heard the former Prime Minister and now MP, still MP for Vieux South, talking about the Hiwanora Airport. They need to do something about it because the end of the runway bordering the sea is under threat. That airport and that runway have been stable. They have been in top shape. They have been there and nothing has menaced them. Now the MP is telling us we got to watch it. Something is changing. Something is happening. What we need to do is to have the resilience to respond to it and to take the measures to mitigate against those things. I wish we could pass a 5-year budget, even though we need to plan for the long term. But we don't have the lawful underpinning or undergirding to pass a 5-year budget. It's every year we have to come and we have to do it and review it and to look at it over and over again. That is what, this is in essence what I have to say. Budgets and allocations have to be flexible. They have to be versatile. They have to be resilient. That's what they have to do. And I want to say this. The total allocation for school repairs, does it even represent an annual budgetary allocation, what we are seeing there? Because when you listen to the opposition, it is sounding like this represents the totality of what is being, and it clearly says it is for econ. If you go in the annual estimates, you will see that there were already allocations for that, but it is seen that you need to add something to it. And because of all these contingencies that will arise, not only with regard to storms, but with other events, governments, this one and others, will have to find that they will have to be doing that more, a lot more supplemental budgeting, a lot more of contingency budgeting and contingency allocation. They're going to have to do that. Wasn't there a time when it was seen fit to remove a certain type of repairs to schools out of the hands of the Ministry of Education and to put them with the Ministry of Infrastructure? Because it was considered that infrastructure was the one that has the equipment, that has the resources to mobilize and to do it. So yes, you allow principals and district education officers or whatever to have a certain amount of money, because you don't want their hands to be tied that if what is needed is not really an infrastructural work, it is to hire some people to come and shovel and pressure wash the school grounds and replace some blackboards or whatever that got waterlogged because the rain pushing. I mean, rain will push in those events in places you never see it happening. The roofing is going to get bent out of shape and the guttering will so on. That doesn't represent major infrastructural thing that you want to go and ask them to bring in, their bulldozers and their backhoes and so on. It is something that people with mid-level repairs and so on can come and do. So you want to have a budget there for that. But I understand that the responsibility was shifted back to the Ministry of Education to handle major infrastructural repairs and so on. I don't really know. I mean, I'm not au fait with it. But we have to find a way to get a mechanism to deal with those things. I am in full agreement that anything which is likely to have a disruptive effect on education, we have to take it, as Senator Antoine said, very, very seriously. Education is not something we can play with at any level, whether it is at the level of instruction, whether it is the level at electronic and IT support, whether it is at the level of the condition of the schools and the comfort, because education represents perhaps the greatest investment that we can and need to make for our own resourcefulness and to sustain our development for the future going forward. We cannot play with that. I'm in full agreement with that. Whoever is in support of it, they have my support as well, and I join them with it. But I just wish that when Senator Polio says we need to change the narrative, I do agree we need to change the narrative. We need to stop making education a political football about trying to score brownie points and this one trying to get, at the other and so on. Education, like so many other things, is too vitally important, especially in this world where we are being called upon to stand more on our own feet. Ain't nobody come and rescue us no more, They got their own problems. They have their own preoccupations and their own commitments. A lot of what we do and we are to achieve, we have to do it from within. But it's a good thing, because I don't think many of us, or enough of us, have ever appreciated the significance of being independent, being politically independent, being self-determined. It ain't London, who making decisions for us anymore. It ain't Whitehall or Westminster, who gonna see our needs. We have to see them ourselves, and we have to put our heads where to find it. And I don't think many of us have understood and appreciated and been seized of and absorbed into the significance and the vitality of our independence, so that we don't play games with what is ours, including and especially our education. I mentioned in passing about reparations. And I'm telling you, if I had to make a case, that is why I'm talking to university students about helping us. One of the key ways that I would seek for assistance with reparations would be in education, helping us to develop and advance and catapult our education and our human resource development, especially in a country where we don't have oil, we don't have gold, we don't have any of the things that tend to spoil countries and make them think that they can go ahead and be reckless, neglect their tourism, because who cares with tourists? I think a certain Caribbean country said that once. We have oil, who cares about tourists and so on, other countries and so on. We don't have any of those kinds of things. What we have above all, and I've heard a lot of talk about Singapore and how great they've done, small country, same size as St. Lucia. You know what? Singapore has a lot more than St. Lucia? Population. About 30 times the population of St. Lucia. Roughly the same geographic size, you know. But about 30 times, and not just population, you know, an educated population, a trained population, a population that is aligned to the job market and their needs in economic and other development and so on. And they have invested very heavily in this, and they're seeing this. Development is about people. Development should focus on people. Development should revolve around people, and development should be driven by people. And the only way they can do that if they are educated and if they are trained. And they will only be so if we prioritize it and give it the investments, the inputs that we need. And I believe we all, I'm confident, in this chamber are committed to just that. Madam President, I thank you.
Stanislas.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and let me take the opportunity to congratulate my colleague, Senator Polius, on her achievement, her doctoral achievement. Also want to welcome our students from Birmingham to the chamber this morning. I'll be very brief, Madam President, in my statement on the motion which was presented this morning by the leader of government business. Madam President, we all are aware that we have almost 100 school plants on the island, and majority of them are very aging school plants, which are in dire need of repairs and maintenance almost on a daily basis, far less annually. And as a former parliamentary representative, I had to deal with those issues for 5 years. And it also happened that at that time, Senator Prost Antoine was the DEO, and we had many conversations regarding schools in my former constituency of Soufrière and St. Jacques. So I know very well, Madam President, the resources that are needed to deal with school repairs, the cries coming from principals, teachers, parents, students, and everyone. And this $5.4 million, as stated in the motion, to transfer from the consolidated fund to the contingencies fund to help with the recovery efforts from Tropical Storm Brett is an important resource that is needed by the Ministry of Education. However, my contention is that the storm affected us in June, I think it was June 22nd, you said, Senator Antoine? But I believe that the ministry may have tardied a little too much to come to Parliament to request this funding for the recovery works. And I think the government, leader of government business said additional repairs to schools. And I'm saying this, Madam President, because we are only about 3.5 weeks away from the reopening of school. And if the works have not started, the repairs have not started as yet, by the time you get contractors and they mobilize and they get financing and so on, you may find that you yourself in a situation where some schools may not be ready for reopening in September. So I believe that an assessment of the damages could have been done much quicker after the impact of the storm, and by mid-July we could have gotten those monies. The school closed down on the 7th of July to get the repairs going. If I am to respond to Senator Antoine based on what she said regarding the Ministry of Infrastructure doing the minor repairs, and I think Senator Daniel brought it up as well. My colleague, Senator Fedi, what he was saying, and I think Senator Daniel said it, that previously when we came into office in 2016, school repairs, infrastructure plant repairs, and so on was done by the Ministry of Education. So they had the allocation. Okay? No, sorry. It was done by the Ministry of Infrastructure. It was taken, my apologies, Madam President, it was taken away from the Ministry of Education to infrastructure. And he was referring to $1 million based on the estimates of 2016-2017, which is already a document of the House, Madam President. And he was referring to, if I may just go through it quickly, Madam President, I think it was on page 214 of the estimates of 2016-2017, which he has, where you have the source code of 204, and that's on the Ministry of Infrastructure, Port Services and Transport, head 43. And repairs and rehabilitation of schools, estimate 2015-2016 budget estimates was $1 million. Revised 2015-26 was 1.2 million, and going forward 2016-2017 budget estimates was 300,000. This is what he was alluding to in his comment, Madam President, that infrastructure was only given $1 million for school rehabilitation, and when we came into government, we took it out of infrastructure and brought it back to education, and this is where for the 3 years we're able to put $10 million each year for school rehab and repairs. But this, Madam President, I could tell you, this was a drop in the bucket. For the amount of work which needs to be done on school plans in this island, $10 million a year is nothing. It is nothing, Madam President. And I could tell you that, Madam President, because I had the opportunity to undertake many repairs throughout through all the schools in Soufrière Saint-Jacques during that time. And it was never sufficient, Madam President. And I know we have about 100 schools, and every school needs attention, Madam President. So this $5.4 million is welcoming, but I believe the ministry tardied a little in coming here when school is only 3 weeks away from reopening to get the resources from consolidated fund to the contingencies to assist with the repairs of schools, Madam President. But all in all, Madam President, we on this side, I know Senator Polius, we support the motion, but this is our contention with it, Madam President. And with those few words, I said I was going to be brief. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. While I await the lectern, my debriefer. Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to lend my voice in congratulating Senator Dr. Ferro-Polius on the attainment of her PhD. I know that it's no small feat to achieve a PhD, and a woman like myself, I am doubly pleased with her achievement, and I want to congratulate you. I also wish to welcome the students from overseas and to tell them that what takes place here is really a debate, and there are opposing sides and proposing sides. And so in the true sense of a debate, this is what is taking place here. Madam President, I would like to bring the motion back to its original intention, because the government of St. Lucia is presenting this motion to Parliament to authorize the Minister of Finance to transfer from the Consolidated Fund to the Contingencies Fund the amount of 5.4 million EC dollars to support the recovery efforts of the Department of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training due to the passage and damage caused by Tropical Storm Brett, and also to cater for future emergencies. So, Madam President, in my usual preparation for these meetings, I went first to find out the origin of the Contingencies Fund. And so my research took me to Section 81 of the Constitution on page 57, which says, "There shall be such provision as may be made by Parliament for the establishment of a contingencies fund and for authorizing the minister for the time being responsible for finance, if satisfied that there has arisen an urgent and unforeseen need for expenditure for which no other provision exists, to make advances from that fund to meet that need." Madam President, my research also took me to Section 15 of the Public Finance Management Act. Again, my curiosity, I need to establish why there is a contingency fund. And Section 15 following indicates the establishment of the contingencies fund. Section 16 speaks to the transfer to the contingencies fund. And Section 17 speaks to the administration of the contingencies fund. So, Madam President, our focus really today is on the contingencies fund and the reason for the contingencies fund. It is for unforeseen circumstances where monies are not allocated for that particular purpose. I also note, Madam President, and I think it was alluded to by Senator Daniel, that in the estimates of expenditure for 2023-24, the Ministry of Education has been allocated an amount of $3.25 million for major repairs and rehabilitation of schools. And so my understanding is that while the ministry has that allocation to do the repairs and rehabilitation to schools, out of the $5.4 million that the Minister of Finance is authorized to transfer, there will be a portion going towards the schools that were damaged by Tropical Storm Brett. Now, Tropical Storm Brett occurred on June 22nd. Unforeseen. Imagine it was a tropical storm. So we know when the storms come, we have no idea of the damage that it would have caused. So from June 22nd, or following the passage of the storm, an assessment, a damage assessment would have been made of the public infrastructure that have been affected by that storm, and then the estimates would be prepared to account for the cost of the damage. So that being done within June, following June 23rd, today is the 10th of August. Okay? So what we are speaking about today, the repairs and rehabilitation to schools that are normally done before the reopening of schools, would not be under this 5.4 million. This 5.4 million, or part thereof, is specifically for the schools that got damaged as a result of Tropical Storm Brett. Madam President, it is my understanding from the Ministry of Education that the schools that were worst impacted were from the south of the island. Morgouche Combined, Choiseul Secondary, Soufrière Infant, Vieux-Fort Primary, Soufrière Special Education Center, Vieux-Fort Post-Secondary, Vieux-Fort Special Education Center, Bas-la-Grace, Bellevue Combined, and the Vieux-Fort Preschool. So these are not the annual rehabilitation and repairs to schools that is normally done by the Ministry of Education. What we are dealing with today is specifically for the schools that were damaged by Tropical Storm Brett. So, Madam President, when we go back to $1 million allocated to education and so on, this is not related to this. But, Madam President, based on my direct experience as a former permanent secretary in the Ministry of Infrastructure as well as Education, I have direct knowledge, first-hand knowledge of what has taken place as it relates to school rehabilitation and school repairs. In July of 2012, the then Minister of Finance passed a circular where he gave the Ministry of Infrastructure the responsibility for dealing with all public infrastructure. All public buildings fell under the responsibility of the Ministry of Infrastructure, and it was deliberately done because that was where the technical expertise lay.
Equipment, resources.
You have engineers in the ministry, you have quantity surveyors, you have technicians, you have engineering assistants, you have several staff who have the expertise to deal with infrastructure development. You also have the systems of procurement that already existed. You had the procedures, all of the expertise, the knowledge, the systems were already within the Ministry of Infrastructure. And so that was the thinking behind the policy to relocate funds to that ministry in order for them to respond to rehabilitation of public buildings. Up to now, the Ministry of Infrastructure
does maintenance to this building, the Parliament Office, and several other buildings within the public service. But come 2016 to the 2021 era, that policy was shifted and allocations were then given to the Ministry of Education. Now imagine, Madam President, $10 million given to the Ministry of Education with fewer staff who have the expertise to handle maintenance and repairs. And now I'm learning it was for 3 years. $10 million every year for 3 years. That's $30 million. Yet still 2 years later, we see the level of deterioration of these schools. What's the question? Where the money gone? Every person in St. Lucia, every man on the street should be asking that question. Because if you have $30 million over 3 years to repair schools, every school should be smiling right now, Madam President. We should not now be coming and talk about Boca Secondary School in a state of disrepair. You know what Boca Secondary School suffered, Madam President? The Belrose Doctrine. That is what the Boca Secondary School suffered from, and several other schools in Castries East. That's where it was. So don't come now and cry for Boca Secondary School. Find out what the policy was during that time. Entrepot Secondary School was neglected during that era. Why? Because they did not support the philosophy of the United Workers' Party. Pasa yo te diyo. You te declare thin, Madam President. Oh, these people did not support the philosophies of the United Workers' Party, so why should we be giving our resources to them? That was what was said, Madam President. So don't come now and cry for Boca Secondary School. Let us go back to history. Even with the $10 million for the 3 years, the Ministry of Education also had an EQUIP project. Senator Pauline Antoine can tell you about EQUIP. EQUIP also dealt with some major school rehabilitation. Schools like the Corinth Secondary School ought to have gotten that. Special education got a tranche. Schools were rebuilt. The Lage Primary School was rebuilt under that project. Okay? Madam President, in 2017, in particular, around late August into September, in fact, the first school day that school reopened, or ought to have reopened, in 2017, the Miku Secondary School, which was in the constituency of the Minister for Education, teachers down their tools that day. Let's stop forgetting. Let's stop suffering from selective amnesia. The teachers down their tools because of the poor conditions of the Miku Secondary School. A school within the constituency of Miku North.
The Minister of Education at the time.
And the Minister of Education at the time. That is why a lady, you seen a video around where a lady said, I cannot understand, oh girl, ask me could. Huh? So, when we talk, we want to now pull this in as if the $5.4 million is going to be spent now and it's too late and so on. I want to draw our attention, Madam President, to an article in the Star newspaper dated August 3rd, 2018, which was captioned, Education Minister says school rehabilitation off to a late start.
And who was the PS then?
I was not, darling. I was fired in June of 2018. I was relieved of my duties in June of 2018. So don't come and spin it back on me.
PS is not a policy maker.
The ministers executed PS.
The minister, yeah, when the minister fired me. Yeah.
No wonder you are not the minister.
So August 3rd, 2018, I can happily say I was out of the whole government administration. August 3rd, 2018. Don't try and point it back at me. Your administration fired me.
That's 5 years ago.
Right? And it was off to a late start, August 3rd. Today is what? August 10th.
2023, 5 years ago.
Okay? 2017. Miku. Down tools. Okay? So, when we want to talk now about it starting too late and so on, we have to put it in context, because I can assure you that long before now, the Ministry of Education, as soon as school closed, they had already started the repairs and rehabilitation of the schools that were not affected by Tropical Storm Brett. But those that were damaged require this contingencies fund in order for the major repairs to take place. Madam President, we heard, that was common knowledge, people got paid $12,000 to put up one door. We forgot that, Madam President? Your lapot kiteni dehinj. Your luck. People got paid $12,000 to put up that one door.
Wow.
When did you sign that contract?
Matilla, my friend, I was not there. And Madam President.
Let's have some order, please.
Madam President, I would like the members opposite to go into the Ministry of Education, go into the Ministry of Infrastructure, go into the Treasury Department, because that is public documents, and check to see if my signature is on any one of these shady contracts. I challenge any one of them to go into the ministries in which I worked, and see if my signature is attached to any one of these shady deals. When you come back, you will see who having a new start, or big start, or fresh start, or wrong start. Ou pa kay we signature mo an lese bay sa, Madam President. Pa mwe. And that is why I took my blows and I bow out silently. Because I knew I would live to see another day. God is good. That's why they took me out. Madam President, we heard the story about laptops. And to my mind, that's not even the motion to come and talk about laptops and e-books. Madam President, the very same person whose dissertation was on bridging the digital divide told us ki gain ki asa pou baya tima maya laptop. Est-ce pati di sa? The dissertation is on bridging the digital divide, but yet did not see the importance of a laptop to a child. To give a child a laptop, ki gain kiasa. Madam President, I hope when we write things, we don't study it one way and then come and act it another way. So, Madam President, to say you do not support the transfer to the contingency fund is really to say that the government should ignore the damage caused by the storms and other foreseen disasters. That's what it's saying. Huh? You say you do not support the transfer. Huh? So we must sit there and accept whatever damage we get, scramble all over to see where we're getting the money from, go and beg here, go and beg there, and then we leave infrastructure damage for years? Is that what we really want? Madam President, what I'm seeing out of this transaction, out of this transfer, is transparency. That we, the government of St. Lucia, is making the transfer out of the contingency fund from the consolidated fund into the contingencies fund in order to deal with unforeseen emergencies. Okay? And that can be from anywhere. We're also seeing that there is already a need for the Ministry of Education's school plant to be rehabilitated after the damage that it has caused, that was caused from the storm. And so, corresponding with the transparency would be the system of accountability, because in the Public Finance Management Act, the Accountant General is expected to prepare a report on the expenditure that has been incurred out of the contingencies fund. And that report ought to be tabled in Parliament. And so we're seeing, Madam President, tidy accounting. We're seeing transparency. We're seeing governance, proper governance of our country. Not us smiling when the rain starts to fall. No laka kuye because hey, Bekso kai flood. Oh, the silting kai ponku. Landslide kai ponku because all our teeth will be out when a little rain start to fall. And then money coming from here, there, everywhere, no accountability. That is not what is going to happen under this transaction. Clean accounting, transparent accounting, proper accountability to the people of St. Lucia. Because the funds that are going into both the consolidated fund and now the contingencies fund are the funds that are coming from the people. So, Madam President, I lend my full support to this motion to authorize the Minister of Finance to transfer from the consolidated fund to the contingencies fund the amount of $5.4 million for dealing with the damage that has been caused through the passage of Tropical Storm Brett, and also to cater for future emergencies. I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank the members who have spoken before me, and before I proceed to rebut, I think I omitted, or not having noted, that familiar face in the gallery and members of the family of Senator Polius. So I wanted to acknowledge daughter and another familiar face behind her. So I need to make sure that I do, because it means a lot to us when our families share very special moments. And I think that is quite appropriate. So I want to congratulate her daughter as well. I'm sure she would have given her mom support, maybe stayed up at nights with her, consoled her when she was depressed. Who knows? I know the stories that come with those, so I am really happy to see that her family is here with her. Madam President, I was the one, as leader of government business, who present the motion, read through it, and when I was doing so, in my mind, there was a clear procedural thing. This motion really demonstrates, and I think towards the end of Senator Jean's presentation, it was very clear what this motion does. It demonstrates the government's responsibility to follow clear procedures in what it does. And so, as it stated, this motion was aimed at doing one thing, something that is required by the Public Finance Management Act procedurally, to transfer funds from the consolidated fund into the contingencies fund. In fact, Madam President, had it not been for that requirement of the Public Finance Management Act, we would not have had to come here today to do any transfers. In fact, had it not been for that particular requirement, there would be no debate on this particular issue. As was done many, many years ago by former prime ministers who did not have to fulfill that requirement, they would have been able to transfer monies from for one purpose or repurpose funds from the consolidated fund, depending on what comes up. So for a while, I thought we were really going through a procedural thing. But of course, by the time the opposition got involved in the debate, it had taken a whole new slant, particularly when the leader of opposition business started his presentation. And I think some of the members of the government senators, some of the senators on the government side, have most appropriately addressed some of these issues that I wish not to deliberate too much on. But Madam President, I have to raise a couple of issues at this point, because we cannot allow some of those skillful, well, I don't think the word is skillful, some of those deliberate acts of deceit and distortion of the situation to go unexplained and unchallenged. And so, Madam President, I want to begin by reaching out to the opposition and asking a couple of questions. First of all, there was an issue about us starting late, and this could have been done before. As a former principal, I appreciate the need for school repairs and all works and all other matters that relate to school to be done in a timely fashion, so as not to affect the smooth running of the school year, whether it is in September or at any other time. So I will be the first to say that it's important that we do those things on time. But this is not a routine operation, Madam President. This is not routine school repairs where you go to staffing in May, you do your procurement, and then you do your basic repairs that start as early as July or June. It is very clear that this situation is not the same as what obtains as a routine. This is a situation where the government is responding to an unforeseen circumstance that has caused it not to be able to do those repairs as it would have done the other repairs. And in the case of these schools, because there is a requirement to come to Parliament to repurpose, so to speak, or to transfer funds, we have to be here now. Madam President, it is such a simple argument that for some reason we have found ourselves in a convoluted conversation that has gone from, government not allocating enough money. I thought we were being reckless and we were borrowing money, and we have borrowed so much. Now we're not borrowing, we're not taking enough money, and it has gone. I heard a very technical presentation on the part of Senator Polius talking about what happens in terms of the qualitative approach. I was wondering, but this is a basic requirement of the Public Finance Management Act, that we are coming to the Senate to just get the monies transferred, and it would not have been necessary to even come here if the Act did not dictate that. And I think this is what I really want us not to miss. So for the last 2.5 hours, I really was wondering what it is that is going on with this debate. I understand the opposition has a responsibility as Her Majesty's or His Majesty's opposition to speak and to challenge issues. But there is no need for us to try to change the conversation.
There is need.
And the conversation we want to change, if we decide to change the conversation, it should not sound like it's the same conversation. Because while I heard we must change the conversation, Madam President, the entire conversation remained the same. If you listen to the content of the conversation that was supposed to change, it went back to the very same things that we've heard before, comparing e-books to laptops, and a whole lot of things that we have rehashed. And I can give you examples of the comparing e-books to laptops that was mentioned here. The issue of a child being able to do the mathematics on YouTube. I was thinking, but isn't that what you access on a laptop? The argument about equating, and I'm saying, Madam President, to establish, it was Senator Polius who was making a very serious argument about e-books and laptops. And I wrote the points down. Because here we are saying, change the conversation. But the conversation was, in the most part, about e-books and laptops. And I remembered that point was being made, equating or attempting to equate the e-books having the curriculum on them, and we have to ask what curriculum was on those e-books. 2, students not having to buy textbooks. Madam President, I think we have more than one educator in this chamber. How do we equate textbooks and the curriculum? They can't replace each other. Textbooks are supposed to supplement the curriculum. You have books to help children in supplement. The curriculum is not textbooks. And we heard that argument about textbooks and curriculum. Madam President, so when the conversation was supposed to change, and I eagerly waited to hear the change in the conversation remained the same. The same old stale conversation. So Madam President, maybe the teacher was not good enough, because they say if the child doesn't learn, it's because you have not taught. So if I didn't learn, it's probably because the teacher did a very bad job at teaching this lesson. Madam President, and with reference to the content in those e-books that was mentioned, it was clear that some of that was not incongruent with our local situation. Things that were just imported wholesale and dropped in there. And I'm sure that the educators in here understand the idea of relevance of content. That's right. You know? But let me not get too technical. I don't want to lose the rest of us in this conversation. Madam President, there was an argument raised about, I think it was by the leader of opposition business. And I think it was a good point. But again, when you make a good point, but you go on a tangent, you lose the essence of the argument. It was a good point to say that we have to give the students the best chance of succeeding. What a very good statement to make. We have to give our students the best chance of succeeding. And I'm quoting the leader of opposition business. But Madam President, how do we give our students the best chance of succeeding? I want to ask the leader of opposition business that question. Is it by taking away the learning device that empowers them so that they can get the best chance of succeeding, like Senator Polius gave the example of the math on YouTube? What device was giving the children the ability to access that? Wasn't it the laptops that they're still hitting? So, Madam President, I also want to ask the leader of opposition business, giving your students, our children, the best chance of succeeding, was that being done when the principal's assistants in the schools were removed while we had them as part of the NICE program? That is how we were giving our students an opportunity, the best chance to succeed, by removing the human resource that was in the schools to allow the principals to be able to have more time to do other administrative functions. I was a principal at the time, Madam President, and I knew the value of those. Those in the secondary schools had secretaries, but those in the primary schools did not have. And we understood the need to give principals that administrative support, but it was removed from them. And you're talking about the best chance to succeed. I don't want to go back to the argument because that was very well dealt with by Senator Jean. But it was very interesting that the opposition chose, you know, they sometimes speak their battles, but they don't think about the implications. The opposition chose to use the Bocage, the Bocage school. Was it the primary or the secondary? The Bocage Secondary School, to try to make a point about school neglect. You know? But didn't the opposition realize when you decide to choose a school that was neglected after what, 10, 20, 30 million dollars was available to you, that you were referring to a school that was in the constituency of the leader of the then opposition, Philip Joseph Pierre? And I don't want to go back to the doctrine, but we know now why the Bocage Secondary School had that problem. Because of all the $30 million that were available, I didn't know it was 30, I thought it was 10. But Senator Stanislas told us that it was for 3 years. That a school, we have not been in government for 2 years, a school can be in such a state after $30 million, so happened to be in the constituency of the leader of the opposition, that happened, and you come to this house and you uncover that skeleton in your very closet, and you bring it up in a debate about a contingency that is as a result of a storm. You found a way to take that situation back in your days as in government and try to sanitize it in this chamber. Madam President, sometimes I've said it before, as I've been in opposition, you know, I have been there and I have listened to arguments and I've argued. But sometimes when in opposition, we have to be careful what kinds of issues we raise, what kinds of battles we pick, because the mirror is flashing right back at you. So, Madam President, we heard someone mention, and I think it was again leader of opposition business, that he feels sorry for the contractors. I think he said that, these were his own words. He feels sorry for the contractors who have to run around like headless chickens. But Madam President, I can assure the taxpayers of this country that none of the contractors who are going to be working on these schools that have been affected by the storm, and I think it was mentioned by Senator Jean, but I want to re-emphasize, our taxpayers of this country, let me assure you that there is no contractor that is going to be operating to help repair these schools this time around who is going to get $10,000 or $12,000 to fix a door and then drink, perhaps then go and drink some champagne. I don't know. I do not think that we can ever see a situation under this government for any contractor, whether it is in Vieux-Fort North, Vieux-Fort South, or any of the schools that is going to be engaged to be paid by any of our permanent secretaries having to put a signature, not even having a document to place on her desk or his desk to put a signature to approve a payment for anybody to repair a door for $10,000 or $12,000 and then probably try to get some champagne to drink with that. No, that's not going to happen under this government's watch. Never. Madam President, there was an attempt to quantify the amount and say that, why are you borrowing $5.4 million? My colleague leader of opposition business, why are you borrowing why are you transferring $5.4 million? You should have been transferring $15 million. So, whatever amount. So the argument has moved from not there is a need to transfer, but the amount that you transfer. And I'm sure he has been in government and he understands the idea of cash flow. And when you transfer and when you put monies, allocate monies, it's based on what is available to you. But the bigger question is, if you believe that $5.4 million is not enough to take care of the situation as it is, then wasn't 30 million more than sufficient? Because we're looking at a first situation in the term of office where there was a storm, and we are being responsible. There would have been an assessment done. After the storm, the Minister for Education and his team went around the country and he gave a full explanation of what happened. The technocrats did an assessment. They know what damage, the extent of the damage. That is what has led to the response. It's not a response where anybody just saw the rain and decided, here's money to go on the silt. It's a response that, look, there was a storm, schools have been damaged, quantify the schools. Go and do an assessment on the ground. Which schools were damaged? Which ones are worse? And what is required? And then you say, okay, where are we getting the money from? We need to have it, that amount of money available. And in fact, the Prime Minister did explain that not only will it be for the existing schools, but there is going to be a residual amount for any further occurrence, because we are still in the hurricane season. So we may have another storm soon, and there may be another issue, and so we may have to respond in the very same way. But I suspect for the entire debate, Madam President, there was a deliberate attempt to try to do a mêlée-mélange with the idea of the contingencies for the particular storm and try to equate it to regular repairs that you do as a government and as a Ministry of Education. I know too well, Madam President, too well, that as a former principal, how many times under a government that was headed or run by the opposition, I had to come to work, and the first day of school started, and my students and teachers and our staff were not able to have our school plant in order to start school. I cannot remember once, if there was any one time, perhaps only once, that I was able to come on a Monday morning on the first day of school and the plant was ready. It was always last minute, always contractors running around, and it was not because of a storm. There was no storm at that time. It was regular work. So there has been a perennial problem, Madam President, with that kind of tardy approach to school repairs, even when people talked about having so much money. So, Madam President, I do not know on what basis the opposition wants to equate an emergency, an adverse situation that the government is responding to while regular repairs continue, and try to make it seem that we're doing piecemeal and we don't know what we're doing. That argument does not stand in that particular debate. It just does not. So, Madam President, one more thing I needed to say, and I said that in the last debate. The opposition continues to come to this chamber not knowing what their position is on any particular bill, motion, or debate, or anything that is placed before us, tabled in this chamber. You know why I say so, Madam President? In the last debate, we had 3 different members giving 3 different views. So I asked them, what is your position? Today we come back. Leader of opposition business starts, and he says he agrees with the idea, but he does not support this, and he gave a whole lot of things. By the time his 2 colleagues spoke, we were hearing that they support. And then he took a swipe at the TMA, the Teacher Materials Allowance. Oh, you're just giving teachers a few dollars, and as if to suggest that, oh, this is piecemeal. You know, that's not. And then I was, under our breath, myself and his colleague, I was letting her know, I hope when yours comes, she said I would have liked mine, under our breath. But it was even more important to have heard his colleague welcoming the TMA. And I understand Senator Polius, being a very, astute educator, would understand why it would not be wise to hit at anything that benefits teachers in this country. At least I give her credit for that. While her reckless, let me not describe anyone, while her leader of opposition business made the reckless statement or the reckless position of trying to diss something that the government is doing to help teachers. She didn't do it. And so I'm saying, what is the opposition's position? Are you in support of the TMA? the teacher materials allowance? Or are you not? What are you saying?
We need to give more.
So, Madam President,
What did you give?
Madam President, let me remind the opposition that even the concept of the teacher materials allowance, the first time I ever heard that, I was in the education system. The very first time that was ever mentioned, it was mentioned under the auspices and the leadership of a St. Lucia Labour Party. Let me remind the opposition. Before the St. Lucia Labour Party introduced this, there was never mention of a teacher materials allowance. I think it started with $500. It was the St. Lucia Labour Party government that introduced, and that there was a basis for it. We understood what teachers go through. My wife is a teacher. Sometimes before she bought stuff for our children, she would have stuff being purchased for children in her class, her kindergartens and others and so on. Taking our own stuff from home and taking to school, you would swear that the school is an extension of your house. Teachers who put their own hands in their pockets and look after students' health needs, and Senator Polius appreciates. He knows those things. That is the genesis of this idea. The government of the day, then under Kenny Anthony, decided, you know what? Our teachers are putting so much out. Let us provide them with something that they can tap into. And we introduced the teacher materials allowance. And this government has said that we know that inflation has come. There is a lot more pressure on parents and teachers. Let us, along with all that we're doing for the parents, and should I go through the entire list of the things that we've done? I think Senator Antoine did that, giving all the examples of all the relief that we bring into the parents. That we are saying we are going to even augment that and give the teachers an increase in that. And somebody can find something wrong with that. So, Madam President, let me remind the opposition that when the government comes to this chamber with something that we know benefits us, something that is necessary, something that is prudent and appropriate and responds to the needs of the people of this country, whether it's in schools or in the private sector or in agriculture or in tourism, let us call it what it is. Let us stop trying to find ways to hit on things that at the end of the day you're actually hitting on yourself. And so, Madam President, with that said, I want to reaffirm the government's commitment to responding to the damages that were caused by the tropical storm Brett, and look forward to the schools getting the necessary attention in the various constituencies so that our children, our teachers, our parents, and other stakeholders will be able to have a proper start to the academic year. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to transfer from the Consolidated Fund to the Contingencies Fund the amount of $5.4 million to A. Support the recovery efforts of the Department of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training due to the passage and damage caused by Tropical Storm Brett. And B, cater for future emergencies. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Number 2. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas under Section 109(1)(a) of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 1542, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 109(2) of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 109(1) of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to the customs tariffs headings only. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order to amend Schedule 1 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to include as zero-rated goods for the period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, a supply of goods under the following customs tariff headings. A. 3925.90 other articles of plastic. B. 72.10 to 72.16 steel. C. 8302.41 base metal mounting suitable for buildings. Be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023, ending on the 1st day of August 2025, a supply of goods under the following customs tariffs headings. A. 3925.90 other articles of plastics. B. 72.10 to 72.16 steel. C. 8309.41 base metal mounting suitable for buildings. 8302.41 base metal mounting suitable for buildings. Yeah. Madam President, this resolution really seeks to amend Schedule 1 of the Act. And this is really to address some discrepancies that were, where some goods that were not zero-rated will be, and were not included, will now be included and will attract, that would have attracted the health and security levy, will not attract it now. And so we are including those goods, and these goods were itemized in the resolution. And so in doing so, these goods will not apply the 12.5% reduction. So it's really to include those goods that were not originally included. And I want to say that this is testament to the government's approach. We do not think that there is an issue if, knowing that we have tried to make bring some of those relief measures into place, that in discussion with the private sector, upon further consideration, we may have other stakeholders who, speak to us, and even out of the discussions we have had in this chamber, that the government may return from time to time to make amendments to some of those. And so some of these may be influenced by external forces as well. And so this is the spirit within which we return to ask for these amendments to be made. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmation resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for a period of 2 years commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, a supply of goods under the following customs tariff headings. A. 3925.90 other articles of plastic. B. 72.10 to 72.16 steel. C. 8302.41 base metal mountings suitable for buildings. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Sensing that the members are comfortable with this as is, so I move that we proceed.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmation resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1 order, which amends the Schedule 1 of the Act to include as zero-rated goods for a period of 2 years, commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 to ending on the 1st day of August 2025, a supply of goods under the following customs tariff headings. A. 3925.90, other articles of plastic. B. 72.10 to 72.16, steel. C. 8302.41, base metal mounting suitable for buildings. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas under Section 17 of the Health and Citizen Security Levy Act number 16 of 2023, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules of the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 17 of the Act that an order made under that section of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft Health and Citizens Security Levy Amendment of Schedule 3 order to amend Schedules 1, 2, and 3 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to A. In the case of Schedule 1, include the following goods under the following customs tariff. Chapter 27, mineral fuels, mineral oils, and products of their distillation, bituminous substances, mineral waxes. B. In the case of Schedule 2, include maintenance and repair of motor vehicles as a service that requires payment of the Health and Securities Levy. C. In the case of Schedule 3, 1. Under paragraph 1, A. Include the following imported goods, customs tariffs chapters as exempted goods. Chapter 88, aircraft, spacecraft, and parts thereof. Chapter 89, ships, boats, and floating structures. Chapter 99, special transactions. B. Delete Chapter 27 of the list of exempted goods. 2. Under paragraph 2, A. Include the following imported goods, customs tariffs numbers as exempted goods. Tariff subheadings and the numbers as described. So I'll give the numbers and the description for each one. So 22.09.00 vinegar and substitutes. 2209.00 vinegar and substitutes. 2522.10 quick lime. 2522.20 slick lime. 2522.30 hydraulic lime. 2523.21 white cement. 4014.90 other hygienic or pharmaceutical articles, including teats of vulcanized rubber other than hard rubber, with or without fittings of hard rubber. B. Replace the following customs tariff number. The tariff subheadings and the numbers again. 2523.10 cement clinkers. 3. Replace paragraph 5 to exempt goods pertaining to medical equipment and parts, including the goods specified in that paragraph. 2. Replace paragraph 6 to exempt goods pertaining to security and surveillance equipment, including the goods specified in that paragraph. 5. Include as exempted goods A. All classes of raw materials and packaging materials imported for use in manufacturing of goods by local manufacturing and certified as such by the ministry responsible for commerce. B. All classes of raw materials and packaging materials imported for the use for use in the agricultural industry and certified as such by the ministry responsible for agriculture. Be it resolved that Parliament by affirmative resolution approves the draft Health and Citizen Security Levy amendment of Schedule 3 order, which amends Schedules 1, 2, and 3 of the Act to A. In the case of Schedule 1, include the following goods under the following customs tariffs. Chapter 27, minerals, fuels, mineral oils, and products of their distillation, bituminous substances, mineral waxes. B. In the case of Schedule 2, include maintenance and repair of motor vehicles as a service that requires payment of the Health and Citizens Levy. C. In the case of Schedule 3.1, under Paragraph 1, include the following imported goods customs tariffs chapters as exempted goods. Chapter 88, aircraft, spacecrafts, and parts thereof. Chapter 89, ships, boats, and floating structures. Chapter 99, special transactions. B. Delete Chapter 27 from the list of exempted goods. 2. Under Paragraph 2A, include the following imported goods customs tariffs numbers as exempted goods. Madam President, am I permitted to see all the subheadings and descriptions as was read in the first, or should I read this? Okay, as was read previously. B, to replace the following customs good tariffs numbers, tariff subheadings and description, as was read, 2523.10, cement clinkers. 3, replace paragraph 5 to exempt goods pertaining to medical equipment and parts, including the goods specified in that paragraph. 4, replace paragraph 6 to exempt goods pertaining to security and surveillance equipment, including goods specified in that paragraph. 5, include as exempted goods A, all classes of raw materials and packaging materials imported for use in the manufacturing of goods by local manufacturing and certified as such by the ministry responsible for commerce. B, all classes of raw materials and packaging materials imported for use in the agricultural industry and certified by the ministry responsible for agriculture. Madam President, this resolution really underscores the commitment of this government, as was stated in the Prime Minister's budget speech and has been re-emphasized several times in this chamber. This government's commitment to prioritize two things that we believe are essential at this time: health and national security, citizen security. Not that there are other issues that are not. As you can see, we just had a motion where we dealt with a very critical one, which is education. But this particular motion underscores that commitment. And what it really does is that these amendments are to ensure that the manufacturing sector, particularly the sector that deals with the use of raw materials and packaging materials, as well as the agricultural sector, benefit from that particular health and securities levy. In other words, not benefit, but do not are not adversely affected, so to speak. And so, what it essentially does is that these two sectors, and as I just described, will not be required to have to pay that levy. So, really, and don't forget, in the agricultural sector, it includes the fishing industry, and that is why you would have seen examples of boats and floating devices and all of those being included. In the health, you would have seen some of the examples include pharmaceuticals and so on. And there are reasons why the specific examples had to be included, so that these particular sectors will get a break, so to speak, and based on what this health and security levy requires. And so that is why we are here to ask for Parliament to approve for that resolution to be passed. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft Health and Citizen Security Levy amendment of Schedule 3 order, which amends Schedules 1, 2, and 3 of the Act 2A. In the case of Schedule 1, to include the following goods under the following customs tariff. Chapter 27, mineral fuels, mineral oils, and products of their distillation, bituminous substances, mineral waxes. B, in the case of Schedule 2, include maintenance and repair of motor vehicles as a service that requires payment of the Health and Citizen Security Levy. C, in the case of Schedule 3(1), under paragraph 1A, include the following imported goods, customs tariff chapters as exempted goods. Chapter 88, aircraft, spacecraft, and parts thereof. Chapter 89, ships, boats, and floating structures. Chapter 99, special transactions. B, delete Chapter 27 from the list of exempted goods. 2, under paragraph 2A, include the following important goods, customs tariff numbers as exempted goods. Tariff subheadings and numbers and the description. 2209.00.00, vinegar and substitutes for vinegar obtained from acetic acid. 2522.10.00, quicklime. 2522.20.00, slicked lime. 2522.30.00, hydraulic. 2523.21.00, white cement. 4014.90.00, other hygienic or pharmaceutical articles including teats or vulcanized rubber other than hard rubber, with or without fittings of hard rubber. B, to replace the following customs tariff number, the tariff subheadings and numbers and the descriptions. 2523.10.00, cement clinkers. 3, replace paragraph 5 to exempt goods pertaining to medical equipment and parts, including the goods specified in that paragraph. 4, replace paragraph 6 to exempt goods pertaining to security and surveillance equipment, including the goods specified in that paragraph. And 5, include as exempted goods: A, all classes of raw materials and packaging materials imported for use in the manufacturing of goods by local manufacturing and certified as such by the ministry responsible for commerce. B, all classes of raw materials and packaging materials imported for use in the agricultural industry and certified by as such by the ministry responsible for agriculture. Senator Polius.
I also need you to put that, oh my goodness, I need you to put that in. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to place on record my submission to the motion to approve the amendments to the draft Health and Citizen Security Levy order. As it stands, Madam President, the Labour Party administration seems to be in utter confusion about some of the details regarding this Health and Citizen Security Levy. A 2.5% tax that has been imposed on the people of this country. And it has been imposed on the backs of the people, the poor people of this country, at a time, Madam President, when the prices of goods and commodities have increased exponentially. At a time when the production of food in this country is at an unprecedented low. At a time, Madam President, when the people of this country have to think twice about what they should buy at the supermarket. They have to be a little bit more frugal now with their spending. I want this, you know, but I cannot buy it. I'm buying just what I need. The essentials. And it has been imposed on the backs of the people of this country at a time when, according to many, nothing is running in this country. The very same people these government claims to put first, they are the ones saying it, nothing is running.
That's right.
And to compound the chaos, Madam President, this administration has led the citizens of this country, the Chamber of Commerce, the Manufacturers Association into a three-ring circus. Wow, a state of complete confusion while they are busy celebrating their victory. Busy celebrating the victory.
Protecting the victory.
Or protecting the victory. And people do not know where we should put this 2.5, where it's going, how are we going to implement this, how are we going to effect this change. Confusion.
Confusion, that's the word.
Madam President, they were advised that the timing of the implementation of this levy was not appropriate, as businesses and the private sector would need to make some adjustments to their systems. But did they listen? No. And wasn't it about a week or two ago that this same bill, Madam President, was brought to this House?
Yes,
for amendment?
Oh yeah, piecemeal.
And today this same bill is being brought back to this August chamber to make further amendments to areas that were seemingly overlooked.
Yeah. Take your time and do it properly, guys. The chamber told you all that.
Madam President, we see the insertion of new definitions in the Act.
Take your time.
And the inclusion of a range of raw materials and packaging materials imported for use in the manufacturing of goods by local manufacturers as exempted from the 2.5 levy. And we recognize that. And so I just want to draw your attention, Madam President, to Section 10. And what it means is that the 2.5% levy on services will now be applied to both the person providing the service and the person receiving it.
Wow.
This is a significant change.
Extortion, man.
A significant change, Madam President. This change specifically affects services like legal services, financial services.
Yeah.
So if you get a loan or you take a loan from a bank or use a lawyer's services, Madam President, the 2.5 levy will be added. So simplifiez, les ou aller au petit banque là. Ça, c'est un exemple. Pour joindre un loan, à présent, on est pour play ultimate play. 2.5% levy will be added to this.
Wow.
Madam President, the inclusion of raw materials for manufacturing comes as a result of a letter addressed to the Prime Minister by the St. Lucia Manufacturers Association. Reactionary. Dated July 28, 2023. Yes, you listened. But we'll just hold on. Don't be too hasty. Don't be too hasty.
Calm down.
In this letter, Madam President, the association expressed their concerns regarding the implications that this levy could have on their production.
Yes.
Madam President,
And I want to quote.
on a point of order.
What is your point of order, Senator Jean?
Madam President, the motion before us is for an amendment to the schedules 1, 2, and 3 of the Health and Security Levy. The bill that passed the Health and Security Levy is not being debated today. And therefore, Madam President, I think the member needs to stick to the motion before us, which is the amendment to the schedule.
Thank you. Thank you for your observation. Just to caution you, member, that you may proceed. However, please be aware of the motion before the House.
Madam President, maybe I might have used the two terms synonymously, but the one that I am really debating right now is the one where amendments have been made and the inclusion of raw materials for packaging and so on. This is what I'm referring to, Madam President.
However, I'm noting that you went far about taking loans, etc., etc. So I'm saying we stick to what is before you, and that will be all right.
And it has implications for loans.
Madam President,
Financial services, legal services will all...
let me move on. Thank you. Madam President, we applaud the Manufacturers Association for taking this bold step, because we can see that this is being reflected in the list of items to be exempted from the 2.5. We understand too sometimes, Madam President, that during the process of creating legislation, there may be some anomalies which could require subsequent amendments. We recognize that. But how many more businesses and organizations have to write to the Prime Minister to express their respective concerns regarding the 2.5% levy and its implications for the businesses? So, are we saying, Madam President, that if another sector or organization does the same next week, we return to this House to make another amendment?
They are masters of getting it wrong.
You can.
Madam President,
But have you taken your time and do
this fragmented approach to legislation doesn't augur well for this Parliament and the country. Let's not forget, Madam President, that the Chamber of Commerce begged this administration to postpone the implementation of this levy to January 2024. Did they listen?
We did.
No? So the technocrats are saying one thing, but politicians are saying another.
Where the money going?
What a mess! So the mélange that the leader of government business alluded to earlier, this is it. This is the bouillon, the total mess. That's it, the mélange. We also note, Madam President,
Back to front.
that the Leader of Opposition, in a letter dated to the Prime Minister, outlined the implications of implementing this 2.5% levy at this time and proceeded to suggest alternatives. Again, the Prime Minister didn't listen. Madam President, what we have concluded is that this administration has failed to take sufficient time to methodically create a piece of legislation, something that is so critical at this point in time.
We'll be back before August is finished.
If only, Madam President, that due diligence and the necessary consultation was done, there would be no need to come to this chamber for a third time in a row to make these kinds of amendments. We are asking for a methodical approach to be adopted in the creation of such legislation. I thank you, Madam President.
All right.
Leader of Government Business. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the intervention of the opposition on that matter. But once again, it is very interesting that the opposition chooses to be selective in the way they...
Madam President, we rise on a point of order. Is the Leader of Government Business closing the debate?
Yes, he is.
We know... Really? But the senator was going, so I was being very generous to her.
Senators.
She was leaning forward to put her mic on.
Senators.
So we allow her to go?
Senator Fede.
Yes.
I will respond when lights come on the microphones of senators. The light was on for the
Madam
Leader of Government Business, and we proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, just for the record, I must say that I hesitated and I even suggested to the Leader of Opposition Business that he should go ahead. But I accept your ruling, so I move on. Madam President, I was saying that it is interesting that when we attempt to provide an alternative view, perhaps, in this chamber, that sometimes we open up, kind of worms, we create situations that stare us back in the face. And I always say the same to the opposition when they do that. I always felt that there was going to be that type of response at the sitting of either the House or the Senate the week following the victory celebration, and it was cited here. I know that victory celebration was going to disturb a few. I know it would hit home that finally some people might start getting to the realization that they are not in government and that they need to regroup. And Madam President, to compound that, considering what happened last week, there were two very important decisions that were made last week. Last week, Wednesday, Madam President, to compound the victory celebration that was on the Sunday, on Wednesday, we signed the Port Development Agreement with GPH. And the opposition understands what that means for the people of this country, for the people of Soufrière, Banan, and all others, Port Castries, and those who will benefit from the development. I don't know how foreigners can, how Banan's Bay, Banan's Bay, where the fishermen of Banan in South Castries have labored and suffered, how you can develop that port and see anything but good in it, and how the people of Soufrière, and I appreciate a former MP for Soufrière is in the chamber, and why that would, that would cause him to be a little restless, Madam President. My good friend, who did not understand that instead of spending 40 minutes on the Prime Minister, that he should have preserved his victory in Soufrière. But we understand we understand why we should protect the victory. And I know every time we say that, what protecting the victory and celebrating the victory does to the opposition. So I understand their discomfort. I understand. I completely understand. But Madam President, after the celebration on Sunday and the GPH agreement on Wednesday, there was even another major agreement. And while I was sitting upstairs, the administrative building, and the Prime Minister was going through the process with the loan financing for the redevelopment of the completion of the St. Jude Hospital project, I said to a colleague of mine in Creole, bagay sa kay bay opposition en coup de cervelle. Now, Madam President, let me explain what I mean. You know, there is an old tradition of cockfighting in this country, and when a rooster is in combat and it gets a blow to the head, it starts doing strange things. It goes all over the place, and they say, "Pulsa apoya coup de cervelle." That's what it means. You just go crazy. I expected that reaction from the government, from the opposition. So, Madam President, when the opposition sees a victory celebration that evokes that type of response from the St. Lucian public,
Senator Fede, I think you're crossing the line. You're speaking loudly. You have called the senator a coward. I think you need to stop.
He did?
Yes, he did.
I didn't hear, Madam President.
No, it's unofficial because his microphone was off, but I am hearing. And it is disturbing to me. Please. Irregardless, Senator, I am saying to you, you need to stop.
He now wants to argue with the President. You see, Madam President, what I was saying? You see what I was saying? Just the mention of the St. Jude Hospital completion, you see what has happened to the opposition? He has forgotten he's in the Senate. He has started to throw all kinds of... He started to misbehave, Madam President. I knew it was going to happen. Il décève, Madam President. Il décève. Après ça, il babi épée. I always knew that these decisions would have caused some kind of discomfort to the opposition. I didn't expect it to be to that extent. So, Madam President, it is no wonder that the opposition comes here today. Of course, they have tried press conferences. Nobody's paying attention. So they found a forum in the Senate where they have a voice, and have tried, instead of using it to be constructive, to look at the issues and provide alternative views and have a proper discussion, they go crazy inside here and they think that this is going to cause a change in our focus. We are not going to change our focus. Our focus, Madam President, is to continue to deliver to the people of this country. The two motions so far this morning and this one are doing just that. And they try to throw it at us and tell us, oh, you didn't listen. Well, Madam President, we listen. We don't let any jackasses bray. We listen. That is why we have come here before for several different reasons when we have come to amend legislation, because certain stakeholders, whether it is the private sector, government agencies, civil society, have made suggestions and have had issues with some of the decisions we've made. That will happen when you're in government, and that's okay. That is okay. This government listens. So if the opposition is of the view, I'm not saying that that's the only reason, but if the opposition is of the view that we are here to make the amendments because the Manufacturers Association or any group wrote to us, I say to the opposition, that is what you call good governance. You listen. If it's a bar association, it doesn't matter. You listen and you come again. You regroup and you give the people what the people want. That is what good governments do. You don't abuse them and disregard them and call them names, and when they reject you, you come back and you try to play poppity. That is not going to work. So, Madam President, I was waiting and expecting that reaction. It is nothing new. It is exactly how I expected the opposition to behave after the last week of events in the St. Lucia Labour Party government, and I will tell them, if these decisions, what they've heard in the last week, is causing them that kind of disarray and coup de cervelle and whatever you want to call it, we have only come to the end of our second year. The people of this country will continue to experience what they voted us for, they will continue to see us deliver the commitments and the promises we made to them in our manifesto, and they will continue to experience the interventions, the projects, the initiatives, the social support, and everything else that this government has pledged to do for them. Because we told them that we are going to put them first, and that is what our mission is. That is our sole mission. So I look forward to the hospital being finished. I look forward to the port development. And at every date, every time there is an update, the people of St. Lucia will be reminded that we are putting them first, that this government is working for them. They will continue to celebrate with us. They will continue to protect the victory with us. They don't want us to say it, but I'll say it. They will continue to tell us how they feel, and when they are not happy with something, we are not arrogant, we are not pompous, that we cannot say to them, I hear you. We acknowledge that we can fix this. How do you think we can fix it? And when they suggest, we go through the channels with us. We have dialogue with them. We say, okay, here is what we can do. We come back and we fix it. And if we have to return to this chamber to get things right, we will do so. Since when it's not okay to come back to the chamber and make amendments, Madam President? That is the business of the chamber. That is why you have parliament.
Prime Minister will listen.
That is why you have a parliament. That is why you have people. There is a forum. We have committees. This morning a committee met. I hear another one was meeting. I'm not happy about why they met. But the committees in parliament, they meet. You come to make amendments. 90% of the time we come here with bills is to make amendments, not to pass new bills. So since when is it so offensive and wrong for a government to come back to its people and say, we heard you, this is what you want us to do, we thought that this was going to work, the circumstances have changed, so we are going to do what we have to do. So, Madam President, we are not coming here every Tuesday and Thursday to borrow money. We are coming here to take care of the business of the people, which is what this particular amendment seeks to do. And so, Madam President, I thank the stakeholders who had an input, and I thank those who will have an input at any other time to make sure that we always get it right for the people of this country. And so I ask for this motion to get the support of this chamber. I thank you.
Senators, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft Health and Citizen Security Levy Amendment of Schedule 3 order, which amends Schedules 1, 2, and 3 of the Act 2A. In the case of Schedule 1, to include the following goods under the following customs tariff, Chapter 27, mineral fuels, mineral oils, and products of the distillation, bituminous substances, mineral waxes. B, in the case of Schedule 2, include maintenance and repair of motor vehicles as a service that requires payment of the Health and Citizens Security Levy. C, in the case of Schedule 3, under paragraph 1, A, include the following imported goods, customs tariff chapters as exempted goods. Chapter 88, aircraft, spacecraft, and parts thereof. Chapter 89, ships, boats, and floating structures. Chapter 99, special transactions. B, delete Chapter 27 from the list of exempted goods. 2, under paragraph 2, A, include the following imported goods, custom tariffs numbers as exempted goods. And these are the tariff subheadings and the numbers and description. 2209.00.00 vinegar and substitutes for vinegar obtained from acetic acid. 2522.10.00 quicklime. 2522.20.00 slicked lime. 2522.30.00 hydraulic. 2523.21.00 white cement. 4014.90.00 other hygienic or pharmaceutical articles, including teats of vulcanized rubber other than hard rubber, with or without fittings of hard rubber. B, to replace the following customs tariff number, and they are 25.23.10.00 cement clinkers. 3. Replace paragraph 5 to exempt goods pertaining to medical equipment and parts, including the goods specified in that paragraph. 4. Replace paragraph 6 to exempt goods pertaining to security and surveillance equipment, including the goods specified in that paragraph. And 5. Include as exempted goods: A. All classes of raw materials and packaging materials imported for use in the manufacturing of goods by local manufacturing and certified as such by the ministry responsible for commerce. And B. All classes of raw materials and packaging materials imported for use in the agricultural industry and certified as such by the ministry responsible for agriculture. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Health and Security Levy Amendment.
Health and Citizen Security Levy Amendment.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill be presented for second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of the Senate.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment.
Income Tax Amendment.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 49-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, this amendment to this income tax amendment bill, this amendment really emphasizes the government's position. Sorry, before I proceed, I beg to move for a second reading of the bill, shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment. Pardon me. As I was saying, Madam President, this amendment really is consistent with the government's position on really looking after the needs of the people and some of the necessary adjustments that have to be made, particularly in the business sector, whether it is small business, micro, medium, as well as individuals, because there are individuals who provide services and they have to be compensated for those services, whether it is small contractors, people in the entertainment industry, whichever group. We know that generally some of those services, when we look at the current tax threshold, which is, we've moved it from 18,000 a year to 25,000, that if you do the calculations, some of those people, they do benefit when they do their returns. But in the case of others who may not be in the tax system and they have not been getting those regular monthly wages or income or salaries, there may be some level of inequity, if I would like to use that term, in the way that they benefit. And I know that there was quite a lot of discussion on what happens to people who get little contracts and have to pay tax in a sum that is considered to be small. Madam President, by way of example, or before I give the example, what this tries to do is essentially to say that anybody who goes to the Treasury to receive a check of less than or $10,000 or less will not be paying any tax. Essentially, that's what it's saying. There was also an argument about the number of times people might be able to get those contracts. And there is always the argument of how it can be captured through the tax system over time. But Madam President, it is important that we put ourselves in the place of individuals in this country who really rely on those types of income generating arrangements to be able to feed their families. And so a typical example, there are times during for example, the pre-hurricane season or Christmas or some other time when the government may have certain initiatives that regular people from the constituencies benefit from. They have a task that perhaps is priced at $4,500, issued through the Ministry of Infrastructure, for example. Go ahead and do the task, might hire or get 2 helpers, and by the time they're finished, the $4,500 is taxed. So they're essentially losing $450. And that takes it down to $4,050. And then when they deal with their overheads and the other little miscellaneous expenses, some people really, what they have to take home, what you call the disposable or out of pocket, or whatever goes directly into their pockets, is sometimes just a mere percentage, small percentage of the value of that real, what they call contracts. And it is no wonder, I'm sure we have 2 former MPs there. They might tell you that by the time they give a little something to a constituent, 2 months later they're back, because they'll tell you, you gave me something, but by the time I did that, there was nothing in it. And it really can be inequitable. I don't want to use the word unfair, because it's not that you're doing it deliberately, but because of the way the system is structured, some of our service providers may not see the real value of what they do. And so that really is a step in that direction. As I said, it does not only apply to contractors, but it also applies to persons providing other services. As a result, what it does is that it really increases the disposable income that is available to people who provide those services and puts them on a more equitable level with other persons who generally earn monthly income, and maybe at the end of the year they can file and get their returns. So, Madam President, this particular bill, really, the amendment, is really seeking to do that. I believe that it's important to mention at this point that the discrepancies can be dealt with through the DigiGov system that seeks to align the Inland Revenue Department to the Accountant General's Department, because sometimes that's where you have to deal with these discrepancies. And so I would like to encourage the technocrats that are working with the DigiGov, and perhaps people in St. Lucia who may not have appreciated the value of that particular system, to see how it can now help to really make that process more efficient. And so, Madam President, I put this to this chamber for its support on behalf of the smaller service providers and small contractors of this country who may earn or may have to go to the Treasury to receive payments of $10,000 or less. I thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, as the leader of government, business has stated, I can relate to the issue of small contractors having significant difficulty in financing various projects or contracts which they may have been given through the various government programs. And so while I appreciate what this legislation or this amendment is trying to do, I also have great difficulty in understanding the overall picture of the measure by this government. And I know that the leader of government business will say later on that, well, this is pretty straightforward, but not so straightforward. Because, Madam President, very often a problem that confronts local contractors who are given a contract for about 10, and in this case, this measure seeks to address contracts that are below $10,000. Now, you've got a situation, Madam President, where if you've given someone a contract of about $10,000, they still need to find a startup cost, especially if there are materials involved. For example, that individual, more times than not, will not necessarily have the monies lying around to be able to get started. And so what will happen is that if the person needs to face a bank, for example, and they need to get the financing done, then that person will be taxed back the health and security levy, which applies on financial services. So here is the government pretending to give people a tax on one hand, but yet at the same time, the small contractors that you are here trying to champion, you're actually taxing them with the health and security levy. Because when they go to the bank to get the loan so that they can execute this contract in the startup costs, they are confronted with the bank not only charging them interest, but also passing on a 2.5% levy, which you have instituted on the backs of the people of this country. And you know, Madam President, I don't know why the opposition, the government, is so afraid to debate this bill. I don't know why they engage in these tactics of closing debates hurriedly so that they can try to silence the voice of the opposition. But, Madam President, we will not be silenced. Madam President, this needs to be reviewed so that we can have the proper impact on the small contractors of the country. This is about the fourth or fifth time we've come to this Parliament in this season to institute amendments to the income tax bill. And the government has failed, Madam President, to make the requisite promises, to deliver on those promises which they have given people. So they've promised people that, look, within 100 days, if you have tax returns that are below $5,000, the government could right now, today, decide, look, we will do and expand the amendments to also honor that promise to the people. The government had a choice that in this sitting of Parliament to also expand this amendment to also include the promise that they made to workers of this country, that the threshold will go to $48,000 a year, that if you were salaried at $4,000 a month, that under this specific piece of legislation, the government can come with a stroke of a pen and expand the amendments. And so I want to submit it to the members that these two outstanding promises, which the government is yet to deliver upon, could be done with a stroke of a pen today if they are really concerned about keeping their promises, if they are really concerned about instituting policies that are truly going to benefit the people of this country. And so this needs to be reviewed. because the contractors still need to find inexpensive concessionary financing for their projects, and they will be hit with the 2.5% levy, because in the previous sitting, in the previous motion, we also see that services are now going to attract the 2.5% levy. Now, the price of building materials has also come into very sharp focus, and I am aware of measures that the government has actually attempted to make to reduce the cost of building materials. But there are still several other duties on the cost of building materials, which is going to make the startup cost of these small contractors. And so I appreciate, as the leader of government business said, how difficult it is for small contractors to get started, because materials are very expensive. You still have a whole host of other duties on the material costs to get them to start up. This is happening while the cost of building materials have gone up across the spectrum by at least 40% if you go and you do research at the hardware stores. And so 40% of that cost, you're reducing 12.5%, really does not do anything for the poor small contractors. So again, lipstick approach by this government. Again, giving with one hand, taking with another. And so this government really must be called to account. Really must be called to account. This 2.5% levy is having untold damages on people across various spectrums.
Sorry, on a point of order.
What is your point of order,
Madam
Senator?
President, point of order 36A. The member is not sticking to the matter at hand. We are not here to debate the levy. He had the opportunity which he missed because he was looking at me and not you. We are here to debate the income tax amendment.
That's right.
Thank you for your intervention, Senator Jawahir. In as much as Senator Fede is making his presentation and he's free to go that way, just to caution you, Senator Fede, that we are in fact looking at the 2.5 removal of that percentage of the contracts, and so the 10% removal on the contracts of small contracts. So please stick to the bill before us so we could conclude properly. Thank you.
And I thank you very much, Madam President. But you see, it is extremely difficult for small contractors. And when you listen to the complimenting statements laid by the leader of government business as it relates to why this measure is necessary, this is in an effort really to make these contracts more profitable. And so it brings into sharp focus, Madam President, because you've got the material costs, you've got the financing cost, and now the financing cost does not come without the 2.5% levy. I want the senator to understand that. That's right. There's nothing that the small contractor who is being considered in this policy can do to escape the 2.5% levy. So the 2.5% levy becomes necessary in this debate because your government has just instituted that on services the levy applies. And so if the contractor needs to go to get a loan, the contractor must face the 2.5% levy. And that's what we're making. So while we're here to amend the income tax, and while we are here to try to make it profitable for small contractors, what we must bear in mind is what is going to be the impact of the end user. And so this again brings into sharp focus the ill-conceived idea of the 2.5% levy. It is not just to say that because it doesn't affect food, but the people of St. Lucia, their lives are impacted in so many ways by this levy. And this contractor the man who has a contract for below $10,000, that contractor is impacted by that ill-filtered policy as well. And not even this amendment could spare him from the wrath of that levy. And the opposition makes that point unapologetically because the impact of this is quite severe. And so, Madam President, small contractors don't have the space, don't have the economies of scale. They've got to really manage their projects really, really tightly in order to get monies. And I'm telling you as a former MP some of the difficulties that they face, but they also face a significant material cost and other ways that the government can reduce the cost of contractors. You're still charging the 6.5% or the 6% service charge. Why do you still do that? Why don't you also remove the service charge as well, so that this measure can also be a lot more impactful to the small contractors whom you're here to champion? If there are any custom duties that applies to certain materials, so while you've taken off the VAT, right? The question that must be answered here today is there still duties on things like cement and things like steel and some of those important materials that the small contractors are going to need to procure in order to execute this contract. That's very important. If he is going to be a small contractor that is going to help to repair the ceiling, for example, of a school, that small contractor needs to buy plywood at exorbitant rates in this country. And despite the reductions in VAT, removing the VAT of 12.5%, in some instances, depending on what type of plywood that contractor is buying, it's going to be as much as $200, which is very, very, very exorbitant and out of the reach of a lot of people. So this is not a basic, straightforward measure. This is a measure that has very far-reaching implications. I know this because we've done this. And so, Madam President, it's a good first step. It's a good first step. I want to go on the record of saying that. But it is not enough. It doesn't go far enough to address the issues that small contractors are facing in this country. 100 days have passed. The Labour Party have promised people who have overpaid taxes, who the government owes money, that they will come to Parliament. And as we're debating amendments to the Income Tax Act, it was told that they will come and amend the Income Tax Act and allow those individuals to receive their tax returns that are below $5,000. This is where you do that. You've done a measure of about $2,030, is that what it is? $25,000 a year, which is not significant. Madam President, a promise is a promise. We have now had how many 100 days have passed? 700 days have passed, and the Labour Party is yet to make good on its promise to all of those people. Yeah, the Labour Party government, sorry. So, Madam President, it's a useful time that the government also consider these other measures under this piece of legislation, which is affecting the people of this country. And as we've said all day, things are rough. Every little penny counts. And so the small contractor doesn't just need to be spared of paying the 10% or whatever percentage the tax would have required before this amendment, but it is important, Madam President, that we increase the profitability and we do everything necessary to increase the profitability of small contractors, because it is tough. A guy who's buying by bulk will have the opportunity to negotiate prices with people who are selling material. The small contractor does not have that luxury in order to go and to negotiate with the hardware importers, the distributors, or the retailers. he is oftentimes faced with the real market value of these initiatives. And I don't think, Madam President, that this government has given thought to all of these different layers that needs to be considered if this is going to be an effective policy. So I am never impressed by people who just put on lipstick. I am never impressed with makeup. I'm never impressed with the exterior. I'm never impressed with a Band-Aid. I am never, Madam President, impressed with piecemeal approaches to managing the affairs of people. I want to see a more surgical, methodological, comprehensive approach from this administration on a range of policies. And so when they can do that, Madam President, we wouldn't have to come to Parliament this often to amend the Income Tax Act. This is about the fifth time, Senator. Yeah. We are actually coming here to amend the Income Tax Act. So we've been here quite a few times talking about the income tax. And every time, Madam President, I come, and even before you being the president before you would have remembered that I've always asked, when will the people get their tax returns of below $5,000? It's not a lot of money. You promised it, 100 days. You have now been in government for 700 days and no tax returns. But yet you come here so shamelessly, right? And to give the people who are depending on that little $5,000 that they need to deal with the high prices in the supermarket, to deal with the high prices of getting along. A lot of people still have bills piled up from COVID. A lot of people still have exorbitant fees. And now, instead of giving them their money, you impose a 2.5% tax to make cost of living in this country already extremely high. And you want the opposition to stay silent. You want to close the debate on the opposition because you're afraid of us telling you where
Senator,
people are suffering. Yes, Madam President?
Speak to the chair, Senator. Please speak to the chair.
No problem, Madam President. I'm always guided by you. I'm guided by you, Madam President. And so, Madam President, it is important that we consider what's happening in the overall economy, Madam President, when we're going to impose measures on the backs of our people. So with this, Madam President, I thank you for your indulgence and want to use this opportunity one more time to ask my colleagues to please think of the price of gas, think of the price of bread, think of the price of building materials, think of the price of bus fares, think of the price of cooking gas in this country. It's gone up sky high. And so when you may think, well, you know, the guy who's getting a $10,000 contract, I heard somewhere in project management, Madam President, they say that a contractor comes out with a 40% profit margin. I don't know how true it is, depending on how well he manages it. But I'm told that when it comes to small contractors, that because they don't have the inputs, because they don't have, you know, the trucks and, in fact, the small guys have to carry their material, for example. And whereby a bigger company, if they have a bigger contract, they can afford to actually do their trucking internally. And so these are other ways that they can reduce the cost of the contract. But a small contractor, depending on where he's buying the material from, still has a very high trucking cost by which he has to face. So all these issues we need to focus on when we're going to bring lipstick to the People's Parliament and expect that we're going to be praised. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I personally try my best to live my life as debt-free and as loan-free as possible. Many years ago, after reading many books about personal financial management and all that, I gave up credit cards completely. My expenditure is only on my debit card, so I know I only spend what I have.
That's right.
But what's in the bank, I watch it there, do my purchases, and try my best. There's some purchases you must take a loan. You know, you can't go and buy a car. I mean, even if I had the money, it may not be the wise thing. Questions will be asked and so on. There's certain things you have to, but in the ordinary course of my life, I try my best. But I do remember, in a time in my life when I was more inclined and prone and needful of going and taking loans and all of that, to me there have always been loan taxes and fees. I remember you go there at the end of it all, there's always some kind of visaing fee or service charge. You know, to me, when you go, I remember, please somebody tell me I'm wrong, I remember there's always some kind of fee attached to when you go for a loan. Stamp duty, whatever you have to pay, whatever to get the loan. You go to a lawyer, one bank actually had its lawyer's office right in the bank that you had to go to, and it raised questions, of course. I'm just doing that as an aside, conflict of interest, because if you go to the bank's lawyers to do whatever documentation, if a dispute arises, whose side are they on? Because the moment you do me thing, you serve me, I'm your client, yet you are the bank's lawyer, so on whose side? I'm just saying that as an, but I know there have always been taxes and fees and charges associated with loans. I do not know why now, that if the 2.5% health and security levy is going to be applied to bank loans and so on, why it has become such a cause for outrage and panic and condemnation, as if it is the worst thing that has ever happened. And to me, it represents a much bigger malaise in our country towards things governmental. Anytime it is government that has to apply any kind of charge or tax on us, we behave as if it is the worst crime against humanity that is being committed. Some years ago, there was a major outcry about banks and their fees and their charges, ATM charge, and if you don't use the ATM and you go on the line, they charge you $2 because you could have gone to the ATM, but now you're taxing their tellers, and on this, that, they're charging you this, and if your balance falls below a certain amount, is $25, and sometimes you don't know, and your account is being debited at $25 every time until it have nothing in it. But you know what? People paid it, they complain, but they paid it. As if there's that very unhealthy attitude towards government, that government not supposed to be taking anything, it's not supposed to be charging anything, it's supposed to be leaving you. It's always a give me, it's always a concession, it's always a waiver, and you ask yourself, but wait a minute, is there something wrong with that? That government is always supposed to be dropping and foregoing revenue here. How does government do that and the country not become the very embodiment of chaos? We see all the things that government do, and it doesn't matter which party is in power, the hospitals that you have to run, the nurses that you have to pay, all the equipment you have to buy, the schools, the fire service, the police, force and so on, all those humongous costs that you have to bear. Whence cometh this attitude that government have no right to ever take any revenue, and once you do, it is the worst kind of evil that you are visiting upon the people? We have, as legislators, as people who exist in a privileged position, as people who are called upon to demonstrate leadership, and we must stop behaving like leadership is only about government and ministers and cabinet and the prime minister. The mere fact that we have been honored and indeed blessed to be present in this august chamber as legislators, we are leaders, and we must stop fostering in the minds of people this discontent, this unhappiness, this anger. There's a lot of stoking of anger in the country, and the thing about anger, it sometimes breaks out in places and in ways that we never expect. We have to stop this thing that any time government do something to bring revenue, even though we know there is hospital to build and to finish, even though we know there are police stations to repair and to refurbish, even though we know the crime situation, we need to step up the police, we have to go up to a different level of smart policing and technology and so on, and we have to fund all those things, but we keep attacking them all the time. And as I listen to the leader of opposition business, I have to ask myself, Why is it that it's only government taxes, levies, and fees that seem to drive people crazy? We handle all the others. We need to stop stoking and fostering this kind of attitude. The other thing which I keep hearing all the time is that prices are going up. Prices are going up, and what are you doing about prices? And always is the same things. It's always on fuel, it's always on bread, it's always on building materials. Well, I mean, don't we know why the prices are going up? Do we not read the international press of the United Kingdom where VAT is 20%, People all over the place, Canada, we're hearing about prices going up, and they tell us why the prices are going up, about supply chain issues and difficulties and so on. I mean, if I tell you a little item that I take for granted, that I went online for convenience sake to try to purchase, I won't even tell you what it is. It was something that is a given. I can't get it anywhere online. They send me a message telling me that they normally keep this, but their suppliers have not been able to give it. I say, what? A little washer, a little spacer, a little rubber round thing that you put, as a spacer for some equipment and so on. That's a difficulty. I go into town, I can't get it anywhere. They tell me no, they do not. I'm saying, but with none of the hardware stores, they don't carry this thing. Why? Because of the whole supply chain. If I do stumble upon it anywhere online, you can be sure it's going to cost a lot more than it normally would. The world is in a topsy-turvy state of dysfunction and upheaval because of the aftermath of COVID. Just when we thought we might turn a corner, here comes the Ukraine-Russia war, causing another set of problems for us. What can a government such as ours do, short of being interventionist in a manner that it will be condemned as being extremely socialist, if it were to go and to legislate and tell lumber importers you're not supposed to sell, a sheet of plywood more expensive than that? What would we say? That's not a market economy. That's a command economy. It doesn't care what they cost, what it costs them to bring it in. You expect them to bring down the prices. How are you going to do it? Business is going to shut down on you. They'll engage in a rebellion. You'll collapse and you'll crash your economy. I keep hearing from the opposition what seems to be a wheedling of the government to provide direct income support. That would be nice. Not even Venezuela, who used to do it, can do it now. Because, not even Venezuela, who used to do it, can do it now. You expect us, Madam President, can you please ask the Honorable Leader of Opposition Business to please be quiet and stop trying to distract me. Okay, thank you very much. I do not know where this comes, what kind of policy or price support intervention. What the government can do in this instance, which it is doing, is waiving what it has control over, which is taxes, in the form of the value-added tax, providing a selected and targeted range of waivers on building material, which will enable people, including the contractors we're crying about, and I'm going to come about 2.5% versus 12.5%, including those things, so that when they purchase, as contractors tend to do in bulk, that they are going to see a price reduction from what would normally be the case. No, it is not enough. It will never be enough. You can cut it by 50%. People will still say it is expensive. But what do you do when most of that inflation is imported inflation? You have no control over it, over the landed cost when it gets here. What kind of interventions? There are sometimes in our history and in our situation, we can't do anything else but bite our lips and suck it up, This idea that government is omnipotent and government has the means. Addressing the chair don't mean I can't look at you. I can look at you. Yeah, I can look at you and still address the chair. Don't try that. Anyway, this business of government, being omnipotent and being able to do everything, no government ever must give people the impression that everything is within its power and within its control. It is very dangerous even to suggest that. What you can do is what the government is doing to try to ease the squeeze while at the same time creating a stimulus. Because in all of this I'm hearing from the opposition, they do not seem to understand that two things are being done. Two things are being done. One, you are making, especially for people who buy in bulk, contractors and people like that, when they buy, they're not only buying for end user consumption, they're buying for industry. that will help them to employ more people, that will let them see a discount, and for the businesses that you are projecting that will cause a turnover and movement in their sales that will keep the economy ticking, even in the challenging times that you agree. My almost final point, Madam President, is this. There seems to be an obsessive fixation on this 2.5% levy. That is the only thing. That is the worst thing. Every 2.5%, Salah. It is time for the opposition to undertake a serious analysis of between that 2.5% which the government is taking, according to them, which they have put on the backs of the people. Nowadays, it's not on the people's head, it's on the backs. Everything is on the backs of the people. As opposed to the government foregoing, waiving, giving away 12.5% on building materials which are such a wide range of things, and people, private individuals, so many people, especially in the hurricane season, will be eager to buy, to reinforce, to strengthen, to repair, to do all those kinds of things. In addition to the contractors at industrial scale who will buy for props, for formwork, for scaffolding, for all kinds of things that they will use in addition to the actual business, do an analysis and find out between what the government is foregoing on the value-added tax and what they're collecting on the levy, which one is likely to be, or projected to be, or you can analyze is going to be greater than the other. Without doing that myself as yet, I am almost certain that given the extent to which people utilize building materials, that the amount that the government is giving away is going to dwarf the amount that they are taking in. How is the government supposed to do the business of the country? I get a feeling that the opposition feels the government must not make any revenue, they must not collect anything, they must do without. This speaks to an opposition which perhaps understandably, they don't want the government to succeed. The success of the government will spell their death knell, and they don't want that. So they're trying to goad the government into giving away and spending and not collecting and not doing anything. And then what do? You crash not just the government and the public treasury, you crash the country as a whole. And there's some people who see their only hope of being able to return to office is to see the entire collapse of the system, and they hope that they can ride in and be kings of the ashes. But we don't want that. We prefer to be our shoulders to the wheel, doing everything we can together, du vent ensemble, to rescue our country, than to let it crash, or to do things to encourage it crashing, so that we hope that on the back of the failure of the incumbents that we can rise to office. There have to be better ways of thinking about government and the country like that. I do not know how anyone can be pushing that line, that there is that obsession on 2.5%, but almost nothing being said about 12.5% that is being given away. Madam President, we have to, in this country, foster a spirit of gratitude. Not gratitude to the government, not gratitude to the Prime Minister. Nobody's saying you have to go and sing How Great Thou Art to Philip JP and so on. Now what are we saying? What we are saying is that given the prevailing antagonistic winds that are hitting the entire world, we have a lot to be thankful for.
That's right.
We have a lot to appreciate. We have a lot to seek to build upon. A good man, and indeed a good country, always understand their limitations. We have to understand our fiscal limitations. We have to understand our economic limitations. We have to understand our resource limitations, and we have to work within them. And we have to work in harmony with different sectors. The private sector, the commercial sector, we can't go antagonizing them and suggesting to them that regardless of what it costs them to bring something in, that they must go and cut the price and reduce it. We don't have the money to give them subsidy support and say, okay, the government is going to pay half the cost of every sheet of plywood so that you can sell it to the people at half price. If we could do that, we're doing it. We just don't have the means to do. What we can do is try to intervene where it is possible. There's so many other things. Government is about having to balance so many expenses and demands and needs and so on. We cannot focus on only one section and one segment, and we're crashing so many others. The hospital have to be done. You working on that. You getting financing. The global ports thing is because you get an investor who's prepared to not only put in their money, but to pay off the debts that are existing of those facilities. Madam President, I was in Antigua and I saw that happen. Global Port Holdings came in, and it's not just the redevelopment and the upgrade of the port so that they can get the largest class of cruise ships. The debts that were existing, they absorbed it. They went into an arrangement that for that, okay, you let us manage the port for 30 years. You don't have to pay us. We will manage it. And whatever revenues come in terms of the charges of the cruise ship, the port charges and the head tax, we will get it. And that will serve as the repayment for what we have put into it. Sometimes when you don't have your own to be able to move things along, you have to form partnerships with investors. But at least the philosophy of investment is not as bizarre. Yes. It's not as insane as a kind of investment philosophy that I saw taking hold in St. Lucia, where foreign direct investment, which we have always understood to be resource-rich, resource-laden foreign concerns to come and to pump money into your country so that there is an injection into your country. The definition of foreign investment became bring in people and you pay in for them to come in. You pay in the salaries of their workers. You pay in them. And I say, foreign direct investment and you have to be paying it? That's like a management contract. You should have shares in the business. You should own the business. This is what we saw happening in St. Lucia. That is not the deal with Global Port Holdings. We're looking for people who can come and inject money into our country and add value to our economy. Not the kind of craziness. When you're opposing all those things, which I'm prepared to second guess that if they were in government, they would never oppose it anyway.
Madam Chair, I stand on the point of order, Madam President.
What is your point of order, Senator Fede?
The member needs to confine his debate to the issue at hand. So I was asked to confine my debate, and I stayed on the taxes. Everything I presented was about the income tax and how this measure. I went as far as the 2.5% levy, but he has gone all the way to Alaska talking about investment. We're very proud of our record, and it's a debate we're very happy to have on the better
record.
Thank you for your intervention, Senator Fede. Senator Daniel, yes, I will caution you. And likewise, Senator Fede did go straight, and I'm asking that you restrict your presentation to that, put it into the bill at hand.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This was just an aside, and it's coming at the tail end of my presentation, the substance of which is, as we come here to talk about the income tax amendment, Senator Fede brought in things that were extraneous to it, about the 2.5% health and security that we have now imposed upon people, and the very contractors we say we're trying to help, we put in something on them when they have to go and face a bank. It is difficult to respond to those things without referencing them, but of course you have to do the balancing act of ensuring that you do not get sucked into them yourself at the same time. Maybe I didn't do so well, but I think the substance of what I have to say has been said. Madam President, I thank you.
Leader of Government Business, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few words on this very short amendment. But before that, Madam President, I crave your indulgence in expressing condolences to the family of Sherman Sylvester, a teacher at the Babino School who passed away. I'm sure you are well aware of who he is. Passed away suddenly on Tuesday. He was a close friend of my brother's, and by extension and through experience, I've gotten to know him very well. And I was quite shocked at his passing. And in reflecting on who he was and who the person he was, it came to me very forcefully that, you know, like I believe Teacher Willan, these are the persons who really keep our society together, keep our society going. He was an educator for a number of years. He was a volunteer with the Cadet Corps. He was an ardent member of Janu Credit Union. He served on the credit committee for a number of years. And if anybody knows anything about credit unions, and in particular Janu Credit Union, you'll know that that is really the workhorse of the credit union. Long hours, several meetings a week. He did it cheerfully and in his common, very jovial sort of nature. He was also a cultural activist. He served as a long-standing judge for Kaiso, for Power Soca Monarch, all these competitions. and he was a thinker. He was someone who was always willing to debate you, and perhaps what I enjoyed about the debates is he was not pedantic about things. He was willing to exchange ideas and learn from you in the same way that he was seeking to educate you on his point of view. So he will be greatly missed. I think I can speak on behalf of the credit union family, on behalf of the community of Babonneau as a whole. The Calypso family. His efforts will be greatly missed, and I'd like to encourage persons to get involved in the community in honor of gentlemen like him and Teacher Will, and persons who really, without any credit, without any really looking for anything for themselves, just get involved and serve. Moving to the bill, there's nothing really objectionable about the bill itself. But I have said on several occasions, and I want to take the opportunity to repeat it, that I think the government needs to take a more holistic view of the income tax regime in particular, and taxation in St. Lucia as a whole. During the debate on the health and safety levy, the leader of government business made a point, and I think his fellow senators made a point of noting that the government listens and is willing to work with persons. I would like to take the opportunity to call on the government to have a national consultation on taxes, and in particular income tax. What I've noted, and I said it before and I'm going to repeat it again, we are constantly in all the little tinkering, and I understand why the tinkering is happening, but the impact is that you are narrowing the income tax base in St. Lucia. And so fewer and fewer persons are actually having to bear the burden of income taxation. I think we are getting to the point where we're going to need to look at this and decide whether this is something that's sustainable and we can continue with, or whether we need to move more fully into value-added tax and maybe other forms of taxation which are more evenly spread out and more equal. Equal is not a regular word, more equitable, in the application. Senator Daniel in his presentation made the point that we need to be leaders, and I think this is an area where the government can be leading and take the opportunity to meet with civil society, with persons who are interested, hear the ideas for how, because I think we all accept that revenue has to be raised. We understand our position as regards our ability to lend and how much we've lent in the past. We understand the needs that we want. We want roads fixed, we want healthcare, we want education. We had a very long debate this morning on maintenance of our schools. But let's be realistic. These things cannot happen unless the government has revenue. But that being said, when we keep limiting and reducing income tax, we keep giving exemptions to persons, and I understand why persons want exemptions and apply for it and request it, but the fact is, government cannot, on one hand, giving away revenue, and at the same time trying to do more and more, because more and more demands are being made on government. We need to have an honest discussion on taxation, revenue, and on government's finances, so that persons understand and stop making it so much of a political issue. I think if we had a more honest discussion on taxation, perhaps we would not have had to have the health and safety levy, because we would have been able to bring VAT back to where it was. I think this is the time, this is the opportunity. Let us do it so that going forward we understand or put government in a better financial position. And with those few words and that encouragement, those are my contributions on this income tax amendment. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. The last two speakers really pulled a few very important threads, and I think they were very, very much necessary. I'll be very brief considering where we're at in the day. But I just wanted to use the opportunity to bring into focus the practical application of the amendment that we're making. I also want to provide give us a brief response to the observation made by the leader of, by the independent senator. First of all, with regard to the practicality of that intervention, I think it's important that we take a serious look at how that that tax quote-unquote adjustment affects. Let us just take into account the ordinary laborer, and perhaps a little bit of mathematics, basic mathematics, can help us understand the impact of that particular move. Madam President, prior to this move, what would have happened was, for example, if you take a laborer who has 2 children, and before this intervention, got a little contract for what, $8,000. His children are in school. He would have probably at the end gotten 8,000 minus 10%, that's 800, 7,200 overheads and all of that, ended up with maybe $6,000. He would have had to pay $500, well, not $500, but for each of the children he would have had to pay maybe $150. That would be about $300 for facilities fees. He would have had to pay, if one of them was graduating, a graduation fee. Math and English CXC, if one of them was in Form 5. He would not have been able to save in terms of the materials he would have used for some of the work. 12.5%, he would have had to pay more. The long and short of it is, Madam President, these interventions have a two-sided effect. One, they lower the expenses, and 2, they increase the disposable income. So in franc Creole terms, Leuka Tiwe Kalte Taxala Asu T contract Asu sa moun ki ka jwen moins ki $10,000, ou ka se yen ki malewe ki ka toujou jwen sa. Ou ka fait des bagailles, ou ka fait plus possible pour moun lan ni plus l'argent pour y dépenser parce que gouvernement ka point moins taxe à soy, et puis ou ka aussi bagaille ni pour acheter parce que gouvernement ka aussi aider par an, et puis issue ça $500 yo ka joindre pour bossuer les issue marché common entrance, ça c'est $600 yo pas ni pour dépenser, et puis toutes les autres bénéfices que le gouvernement a fait, facilities fees yo pas ni pour payer facilities fees l'école. Si on a des ish, et chaque école là qui charge $150, ça c'est $300 on y a poche. Mettez $300, les $500 au joindre pour bossuer. Ça c'est $800. Là même vous a tiré $800 au te paye. Et puis là on mettez ça ensemble. Un parent qui ni des ish, un papa et puis madame li pas ka travail. Il ça sauvé peut-être $2,000 à sous l'argent si il nous pas ka faire ces bagailles ça. So when you put it together, Madam President, it really is a situation where the revenue that a parent or an individual earns and the revenue and the expenses are both being minimized. So they spend less and they save more. And what it does, there's a net increase in the amount of money that is in their pocket. Madam President, more specifically to the independent senator's observations, I think we have made it very open and very frank in this chamber that this government has embarked from the onset on a very comprehensive tax reform process. We know that the current regime has flaws and needs to be improved. And I must say that the opposition, while we were in opposition, while they were in opposition prior to the last elections, that was between 2011 and 2016, were very creative in demonizing the consumption tax, which is the simplest and most, I suppose, the most equitable tax regime that a country can have, which is the VAT. And you've heard the rates in other countries. This opposition demonized VAT to the extent that there was a particular announcer every morning to tell you, whatever, VAT, as if VAT was this demon, this criminal, this bad thing that we ought not to have had. And to the extent that I think the electorate, one of the reasons they decided to vote the Labour Party out of government was on that VAT debate that they bought. and also went on to promise the people that they're going to reduce and eliminate something that is known to be the most efficient taxation method, because it's a consumption-based tax. It gives everybody an opportunity to pay equally for what they buy. But you see, after trying to remove 2.5%, and I say so because the independent senator has made a very valid point, there is merit in looking at the way we go about reforming the tax structure. But when you have imposed in the minds of the people that VAT is a demon, that VAT is an enemy, and at 15%, which was lower than most other countries in the region, the first thing you did was to come in and remove 2.5% of it, creating chaos for your own receivables. You're going $50-something million in the year, and then nothing really changed in terms of the price of goods. You really have caused the electorate to believe that VAT is bad. VAT is the worst thing ever. And so this has further complicated not just the economics, but the politics of all of this. Because the people of this country are very afraid of VAT. They think it's a bad thing. So we have to go through a very rigid and very strategic education process to re-examine the whole taxation process. And I think that a comprehensive approach needs to be taken. However, we know that these things don't happen in one go. You can't just come and just drop a bomb on the people, like that 2.5% reduction that the technocrats in the public service resisted. They cautioned against. They knew the implications of it. And it is not an equitable system of taxing. It is not, it does not really, it's not efficient also. And we also know what happens when some of the business places collected that VAT and did not remit it to the government. That's another issue. So the revenue is not available, the cash flow is slowed down, and so it really is one of the reasons why, for example, we had to waive some of the interest on the VAT that is owed. So I agree that there are issues with the current taxation regime, and that the government has to be able to go through a comprehensive reform process. But it takes time, it's done in steps, and many of the initiatives and the steps that we have taken are really to begin to give the various sectors and the various mechanisms that work with the tax system a chance to bring relief to those most affected, as well as to give the business environment a chance to thrive. You cannot impose one-shot measures and think you're going to solve all the problems of the economy. It will not work. You have to take your time and do it in strides. So we will continue to listen. We will continue to discuss it. I think every time we get those interventions from reasonable and fair and objective thinkers, that we go back and we sit and discuss. And eventually, I am sure that not just this government, the entire nation will become a little more sensitive to what is the best thing to be done in terms of our taxation methods going forward. But I thank the members for the intervention, and I look forward to the government continuing its comprehensive review of the tax system to give the St. Lucians the best that they can get out of the system. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the income tax amendment bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, Cap 15.02.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 78.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, The question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Income Tax Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Income Tax Amendment Act 2023.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do stand adjourned sine die.
Senators, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And of course, just before close, I want to add my voice in welcoming, although she's not here, your daughter, Senator Polius. It was good having her in the Senate, and we encourage senators to have young people come in to see what goes on in the House. Thank you very much. Sitting adjourned.
Put forward by the leader of government business. Think we. Yes, here you have it. The conclusion of today's Senate meeting. Passed, as well as two bills. Well, the first motion, which generated a lot of discussion, was the motion presented by the leader of government business to transfer approximately $5.4 million from the consolidated fund into a contingency fund for the renovation and repair of schools that were affected by Tropical Storm Brett. The opposition, the members on the opposite, two members on the opposite saw the need for and supported the transfer of funds. I think the leader of opposition business said categorically that the government needed to do more and deal with every situation that the school system confronted. Of course, that was countered, and the debates went back and forth. One of the more interesting points was raised by the government senator, Ms. who said that the whole purpose of a contingency fund was to deal with contingencies, as was the case with Tropical Storm Brett and the impact it had on the school system, on the school structure, particularly on schools in the south of the island. The other two resolutions was amendments to the value-added tax, the zero-rated products on the value-added tax, and that was amended to include some other items. And the third resolution was on the health and security levy, where some items were included and some items were added or included to be taxed for the 2.5%. And of course that generated a lot of debate, as was expected, with the opposition of course saying it was burdensome at this time to put 2.5% on 2.5% tax on what the leader of opposition said was on the backs of the people. But that was countered by the government senator, particularly Senator Shelton Daniel, who said this bill had to be looked in balance and had to be taken in the context of the removal of 12.5% on building materials and other commodities, as opposed to the imposition of 2.5% on select items in the health and security levy. And so yes, as we said, it was a very, very lively debate. I just want to make one mention on the bill, the income tax bill that was discussed, and especially to just note the contribution that was made by Senator Dean Lee. He used his time and he called on the government to sort of do a comprehensive review of St. Lucia's tax regime and its taxation method. He noted that there was so much that the government needed to do, and giving or providing exemptions to certain classes of people was actually narrowing the taxation base. And remember, this income tax amendment was brought forth to give a relief to contractors who were earning $10,000 or less. And he called and he said there needs to be a review, a comprehensive review, because the government couldn't be really narrowing the tax base, because what this does is place a greater pressure on the fewer people who do actually pay the income tax. And to which the leader of government business, Gideon Ferdinand, acknowledged that the government has embarked on a comprehensive reform of taxes, and he said there are still areas that needed attention, but he acknowledged that the government has always listened to good sounding advice, take it in, and always go back to the drawing board and come back to the people. So in all, as I said, it was a very lively debate. Once again, we thank you so much for joining us here at the Government Information Service and the National Television Network. On behalf of the team, my co-host Michael Gasper, who had to leave a little early, on behalf of the technicians, Mr. Remy and Vibert Ramo, and of course the director, Davina Lee, for me, virtually auntie, saying goodbye.